was some false advertising for this position.
Ordinance
We can just take it off the agenda.
C 3708.
Okay. I thought you just think. We'll wait.
They know what time it
Yeah,
is.
you can go ahead and start.
There he is, okay.
Yeah.
We'll start with the budget hearings for 2026 for the County of Hamilton County. The first individual up is Mr. Mike Reuter, and as he is making his way to the podium, I want to thank everyone here for being here and ask all your forgiveness, because there's a lot of new faces up here in new roles, including myself. So as we work through this budget process and our Director of Council Operations and the Auditor's Office, we thank you for your indulgence as we do the best job possible for our residents. So with that, Mr. Reuter.
Well, good morning, Council, and I'm going to start off with just a couple of big picture revenue comments so you kind of have a framework of where revenues are heading in 2026. There's been a lot of conversation, obviously, about Senate Bill 1 and the impact on the budget. There's actually not as a significant impact on the 2026 budget from that as there will be in the future years. And so the most impactful revenue source affected is the property tax. We do have a new property tax credit that will be implemented in 2026, which is a loss of revenue. And so that has been worked into the fiscal plan. But when you look at property tax as a whole, what the state is allowing is a 4% increase. And that doesn't matter whether you're north, south, east, west, urban, suburban, rural, 4% is the number. And the only way you get beyond that 4% levy increase is if you qualify for a growth appeal, which we get very close to a growth appeal, but never quite qualify. And so even though our assessed valuation average growth over the last 3 years has been over 11%, we will only receive a 4% increase in our levy for the operations of the county. So just as one starting point, the second largest revenue source that the county receives is through local option income tax. And that was certified August 1 countywide, and then actually I think it was August 17th when we finally got the allocation between the units. And that was disappointing news for Hamilton County. For 2026, it is only up 2.7%, which seems very strange. I have inquired about that. When I looked at the surrounding counties, Hancock County was over 11%. Johnson County was at 4.5%. Marion County was over 5%. And Madison County was close to 6%. And so on the surface, that seems very strange. I have emailed the Department of Revenue, and they did respond on Friday with some information that may help a little bit with that certification. And his response was that there was a significant decrease in our top 1% earners, in that they represent about 21 to 23% of our total lit. And so it is down about 8.7%. So you think about our top earners representing over 20% of the pie, and their revenues or their incomes being 8.7% lower for whatever reason, that's affecting our total amount we're receiving as a county. So this is protected data. They can't provide me really any supporting information with that. We've run into this over the years as we've gone through ups and downs with local option income tax. Now, he did offer a bright spot, and so he did say that there appears to be significant increase in the 24 number. So the number I just cited is reflecting what was actually collected from July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. Those are not final numbers. It is what is reported, but those ultimately then get reconciled on a calendar year. And the last known calendar year that we have is 2023. That may sound strange, but if you rewind back to April, we all just filed our 24 returns this year, and then those that file for extensions, it takes a while for them to really know what they collected for 2024. But he made a comment that it appears that that is significantly up. So that is a positive sign, because that will have a domino effect on our base going forward. So although 2026 is on the surface lower than what we would maybe expected compared to our neighbors. It is what is certified and it is what we have to work with at this point. So unless there is some sort of error that is discovered later, that will be our number for 2026 budget process. So I prepared a memo. I believe you have the memo in the hard copy. I believe Kelly made hard copies for everyone. So I'll be referring to a page number on the hard copy as we go through this. But as I've done for many years, I just take the information that is submitted by the departments in raw form, whatever that might be, and build them into the fiscal plan. By no means is that the final number. That's the part of this process for the council to review those requests. But as I talk about a deficit, it is truly a gross number with whatever's turned into the auditor's office, and that information is given to me. And then I build that in with the updated revenue forecast. So in the updated revenue forecast reflects the two revenues I just cited. I also then go, as of June 30th, reflect on what was collected the first half of the year, reforecast those other miscellaneous revenues, and then compile all that information together to get to, what kind of deficit are we facing for the 2026 budget. So right now, as it stands in gross form, the budget is out of balance $12,933,000. And this assumes that the special distribution that we receive from the state remains as a revenue source in the general fund. And there have been times over the years where the council said, we don't want that. We want to protect that, and we want to keep that separate. You don't have to do that. Many units rely on that as a revenue source, but that has been the position of the council over the years. And if that were the case, then obviously you'd be cutting much deeper than that. You'd be cutting $23 million. Now, this year, due to some of Kelly's research in the auditor's office in the review process, early review process, there's been some things discovered that are not in here yet. And so I'd sent this to the auditor's office on Thursday, but then Sue had shared some communications that were sent to the council about things that are in the budget that might be reduced that would help that deficit. And one being, I believe, Kelly, you might add to this, that there's approximately $1.8 million in the commissioner's budget that could be taken out. And also there is $325,000 in the court administrative budget that was in the original request but no longer necessary. So you have about $2.1 million right off the top that could be reduced off the $12 million number that I shared with you. There's also a highway request in here that's a bit confusing, but this does happen in that in their 2026 request, it includes some projects that didn't get started, or not going to get started in 2025, to the tune of about $2.5 million. So those dollars are already reserved in the 2025 budget and now being requested in 2026. So I think it's fair to say at the end of the day, when you're done, if you're trying to balance the budget, a balanced budget technically would be $2.5 million out of balance, if that makes sense, because that amount has already been accounted for in 2025. Now, how I've addressed that in the fiscal plan, we typically carry an assumption in the fiscal plan that we're not going to need to spend about $2 million of the budget each year. I've raised that number to $4.5 million in 2025 to free up that cash so it could be appropriated in 2026. So that's just a timing issue. And so a bit confusing, but at the end of the day, when all the numbers are compiled with the reductions, if that number is $2.5 million out of balance, don't be concerned, because it's just moving some of the expense of 25 into 26, if that makes sense. Any questions about that?
You already made that adjustment by raising
Yeah.
the
Yet unused appropriation. I've made that assumption in 25 that $2.5 million of the highway request will not be spent, and then it will be approved in 2026. That's what's reflected in the fiscal plan.
So it's not available for us to cut. You've already.
So out of
made
that 12 million, basically is what you're saying? Like,
Yeah, so the $12 million I'm saying is out of balance right now. At the end of the day, that could be 2.5 million. It could be out of balance 2.5 million. Because I've assumed in 25 it won't be spent, and assumed in 26 you will spend it. But that is just a timing issue.
so if you're looking at the 12 million overall, you can deduct the
Correct.
2.5, and you deduct basically the 1.8, and you deduct the 3.
Correct.
25,000. Okay.
And so at the end of the day, I think if you're trying to balance the budget, you'll be looking to reduce 8,308,000. 8,308,000. So those are some last minute things that happened after the Department of Budgets were built in here. So 8,308,000 would be your target.
I got it.
After the known that Kelly's already shared with you via email.
All right.
Unless
There's
you want to put the
probably-
special distribution in rainy day.
Correct.
And then
If you want to put the
18 million.
special distribution into rainy day, then you'd add the 10 million more to that. Or anywhere in between there.
Right.
And we
So-
still have our nonprofits to
Yes.
come off of that too, which is
Yeah.
well over $1 million.
2 million.
2 million, yeah, so.
Yeah.
we're-
So there are some, we're going to talk about this in a bit, but there are some problems in some of our cumulative funds where there's not sufficient funding, and there's only two things you're going to be able to do with that. You're either going to have to move them back to the general fund, which would increase the deficit, or you'd have to bond them. Or decide to use rainy day and use cash balance for those.
Or cut.
So- Or cut them. Yeah, you either cut them, either cut it, or you got to move the expense somewhere else because we do not have sufficient revenue to fund the total requests at this point. And I'm going to show you those numbers specifically here in a little bit. Also, when you think about the general fund, also look at park and health, the health fund as being part of the general fund as if they're departments because they share the same revenue source. A little bit different than prior years though. The park budget is, I actually increased the levy on it at $1.5 million, and it is still out of balance in 26 by, let's see here, $1.8 million. Now, there's a large capital request in there that it could be placed somewhere else possibly and balance that budget pretty quickly. But my point being, even just increasing that levy $1.5 million, that's really coming from the general fund because it's sharing the same revenue base. So I'm going to show you that in more detail in a minute as well. I've touched on this briefly, the capital funds, the Cumulative Capital Development Fund is out of balance, about $8.8 million, and there's 5.2 that cannot even be funded. In other words, we won't have enough revenue coming in to fund it. And in the Cumulative Courthouse Fund, it's exceeding the revenue by $876,000, and $876,000 cannot be funded. So I'll show you those in real numbers. I'm just trying to go over the big picture assumptions before we go through some of the actual detail. With everything I've said, combined cash at the end of 26, if you didn't do anything, now ignoring what the late discoveries here, if you didn't do anything, the combination of general fund and rainy day cash balance would be at $91 million. That also makes the assumption, which you've not officially approved yet, that you will pay $17 million for the land for the hospital out of rainy day. So that's been accounted for in the $91 million that I shared with you. So anything you cut from this point forward will add back to that bottom line. So with that said, let's go to page 1. And again, it'll be the page number in the bottom left corner after the table of contents. There's also a pretty significant change in our budgeting in the general fund this year. Through the audit process, the auditor, the state auditors directed the county to move food and beverage out of the general fund and into its own fund. And so it's a little bit hard to compare year over year because that is a significant change. And I've highlighted that on this page. So if you go into revenue and look at 24 to 25, you see that the intergovernmental revenue has dropped significantly. Well, it really hasn't dropped. All we've done is we've moved it to the new food and beverage fund. Then if you slide down under expenditures, you can see that the group insurance has decreased significantly. And what we've done is essentially moved the revenue into the food and beverage fund, and we moved a corresponding amount of health insurance out of the general fund into the food and beverage fund. And so it makes the year-over-year expenditures look a little strange. It also makes the revenue look strange. I can only tell you we've been putting the food and beverage money into the general fund since 2004, but in 2025 we've been directed to make a change on that. So that is more of an accounting change. So I'll show you the new food and beverage fund in a moment, but it's really just the revenue coming in, and we just moved something easy like health insurance all into that fund, so it's easy to track. And so it would just be considered the same as part of the general fund. Under revenue, again, under 2026, the 2026 column, if you slide down, you'll see a new negative number of $1,000,007. That is what I'm anticipating to be lost to the new circuit breaker credit that I just mentioned earlier. And so that is a new line item in the budget. As I had pointed out in my memo, my cover memo, you could see, interest income still remains to be a large revenue source in our budget, and that is being used to balance the budget in 2026. I have forecasted that in the model to slowly decline over time. Obviously, there is anticipation that interest rates will go down. And when interest rates go down, so will our income. So that leaves concern out there in those future years. If it were to ever go back to 2021 levels, we would have a pretty big deficit left in the budget. So I believe also that's another reason why you've tried to reserve some of that special distribution to offset that someday. By reserving the special distribution ultimately is hedging against that change someday if it goes down. Now, will it go down to that level? I don't know, but there are indications that interest rates are going to decline over time. So if you didn't do anything, if you didn't cut anything as they were submitted in the general fund, at the end of the day, you would have just shy of $59 million in the general fund. But you can see right above that structural deficit of the $12,933,000 in 2026. That's where that number comes from. What that says is if we don't reduce the budget over time, we're going to continue to erode through that cash. So you can go through cash. It's not the end of the world to go through cash. But one of the things that always trips a budget up is fixed costs, right? Fixed costs really being personnel. And we really have had a fairly substantial increase. Now, you can't just look at the total personal services budget because now we've pulled the health insurance fund out. But you can look at, under expenditures, you can see year over year what our actual base pay is, excluding health insurance and retirement and Social Security. And in 22, we spent $46,700,000. In 2026 budget, we're at $79 million. So it's a pretty substantial increase in our personnel budget.
Almost double.
In that period of time. So that, now again, this is requested, right? So you're comparing a gross number, that's going to be reduced with time, but through your process. But just note that that was actually even cited in our early review in the bond, is that there's some personnel pressures there. It can be seen in terms of the increase. So just a note, I'm not saying right or wrong. We've been fine. It's just that is a place of some compounding effect that just doesn't go away. Capital always bothers me less. if you decide to leave a budget out of balance by capital, because it's one time, and the next year you could decide not to do that, right? So I've highlighted that on this page too. Under the 2026 column under expenditures, you see there's a capital of $10,549,000 in here. Kelly provided you a breakdown of all of that. A big chunk of that is highway. Okay, let me get that number here. Yeah, of the total, highway has requested $6,278,000 of that, okay, and then the rest of it's other miscellaneous capital items within the budget. $2.5 million of that is just being reappropriated, okay, in that capital number. So highway beyond just the reappropriated amount is asking for $3,578,000. Now there might be some opportunity here, and it might be just a question. You might be able to move some of that back to the highway fund. From what I can tell, there's some cash there. Now, maybe the highway department has plans for that cash already, and I just don't know it because it's not appropriated. But that might be something you could consider, is there enough money in the highway fund to move some of that expense back there? So, again, $3,578,000 is highway beyond just what's being reappropriated, from what I can tell. Any questions on the general fund before we move on? Okay. All right, now I'm not going to go through all the pages, so I'm going to skip forward here a few and just start hitting some of the comments. I've touched on this already. If you go to page 5, this is the cumulative courthouse fund. And if you look at 26, you can see the budget request of $1,975,000. And our revenue, think of this fund, our ongoing revenue in this fund is roughly at $1.1 million. So we can't keep, obviously, spending $2 million out of this fund. You can, because there's been cash there. Now, maybe similar to the highway, maybe there are dollars in the 25 budget that are appropriated and haven't been spent and are now being reappropriated in 26. I don't know the answer to that. So that might be a question when you get to the cumulative courthouse budget. Are there things that are not getting spent in 2025 that we can basically do a budget reduction and move that into the 26 budget? But just know on an ongoing basis, we generate about $1.1 million. That's a rate-driven fund, and if the assessed valuation starts to go down with the impact of Senate Bill 1, the revenue in that fund will slowly decline as well. We could reestablish it back at a higher rate, though, but that's a rate-driven fund right now, and so I would just look at $1 million really for an ongoing revenue source there. Page 8 is the highway fund. I touched on this briefly. Again, I don't know the answer to this. I'm sure they can elaborate on this as you talk to the highway department. But right now I'm seeing the budget imbalanced by $350,000 in 2026. And I'm seeing about $15.4 million right now of unencumbered cash in that fund. Obviously, it doesn't take one large project to wipe that out pretty quickly, but nevertheless, if there's some of that $3.6 million that could be moved here, that would help the general fund ultimately. Let's see. Page 10, kind of a similar story, not near the amount of cash, but this is page 10's local roads and streets. I'm seeing that budget imbalanced by $410,000 with an estimated ending cash balance of $2,685,000. So again, maybe if either this or highway is not totally obligated, that you could maybe move some of that expense again into this fund. Let's see, page 13, the health fund. This fund actually is fine. It actually, the cash balance is actually very, very high in comparison to the budget. When we look at a budget of $4,331,000, and we have a estimated ending cash balance of 4.4, there's quite a bit of cash in this fund. You could approve this budget as is, I'm not saying that, but what we could do, this is one time though, okay? If you wanted to get some of this cash out, what we would do is lower the levy in this fund, and then that would increase the general fund. It would put the money back into the general fund. And I'm not saying turn the levy off, but you could turn it down, and then slowly some of that cash would be brought back to the general fund. But again, even though it's a separate rate and fund, it functions no different than if it were a department within your general fund.
How much would we have to lower the levy for $4 million?
Well, I was looking kind of at the rate, the tax rate, and we've been a little higher than a penny. We've been like last year we're 0.0121, this year we're 0.0116. I don't know if you'd want to just drop it to 1 and let that be out of balance over time, and that would slowly come back, or you could do maybe a one-time adjustment, drop it, and bring it back. That would be your call, but that penny is generating, that's a little better than a penny, I said 0.16, is generating $3,165,000.
Now, I do know the health department has lost a significant revenue source from the
Right.
Indiana First, and they might be counting on some of this money to fill
They might be,
that-
yeah. Now, just keep in mind, they might be, good point, that's a very good point, and just keep in mind, this is one-time money,
Yeah.
right? That you're just moving it back to the general fund if you want to so do that. This is substantial cash balance in relationship to the budget, so.
Mike, you went over, you passed Major Bridge, and that's got a substantial cash balance too. Are you gonna talk about that?
I didn't talk about it because you can fund that budget as requested, and that's very limited in its use. And
Is there
so,
anything we can do with the rates on that?
no, if you lowered the rate in that fund, it just lowers the rate. And so it's outside that maximum levy.
Is that find projects that can fit within that?
Yeah, which I believe Hazeldale is the next one that would be using those resources to pay for that project. So, that bridge project, I can't remember the year off the top of my head.
I think 2028.
Okay. So, yeah, good question. There is quite a bit of cash there, but if you lower that, you're actually even hurting the general fund a little bit, because as we raised that, we also generated more lit. We had a bigger piece of the lit pie. So, in this case, lowering it would actually hurt the general fund.
I'm just seeing that balance seems to be growing.
Yeah, now,
And we're putting tons of projects against it, it's still growing.
yeah, and so, although, again, a rate-driven fund with the anticipation of the higher supplemental deductions, that won't grow like that in the future. So, something to think about between now and 2031. 2031 is the last year of all those deductions. So, thanks for the question, that's a good question. Page 15. This is the park fund. And if you look under revenue, property tax, you can see I even increased it from 8,106,000 to 9,580,000. And when you slide down the 26th column there, you can see that budget's still out of balance, 1,845,000. Now, a big part of that really is the capital request. There's $3.6 million of capital requested in here. So if you took that out, obviously that would be a substantial savings on the levy. That might be able to lower that levy and help the general fund some. Now, you could potentially, if these are projects you want to do, you could still do them in a 2026 GO bond. So we've committed on a 2025 GO bond, but we've not we've not pledged anything for any 26 GO bonds yet. And so as you look at some of these capital requests in the general fund and CCD and cumulative courthouse, those might be things you consider. It's like, well, we want to fund those, but we'd have to do a general obligation bond to do that. And you can still fund it in 26. We would issue the bond in the fall of 26. So that would be one place to help balance some of those budgets, if you so choose to do that. If it's like, hey, we want those projects, or yeah, we really want to do that, then we'd have to fit it somewhere into that bond planning process. Again, that's why capital always, for me, is some of the lower hanging fruit, because we can move those pieces into other places. Now, this fund, I will say, has a little concern even from a cash flow perspective. I've always shared with the council, it's not a formal policy. Your formal policy is a 60-day cash reserve. I've always said, look at your next year's property tax, and you reserve 50% of that number. That keeps the auditor's office from having to do any internal borrowing between your tax settlements from January to May. And so in this case, at the end of 2025, I'm estimating $2.9 million. If we were to have a levy of 9.6, that's not 50%. There's a good chance the auditor's office would have to make a temporary loan probably about April. A temporary loan just means you're going to borrow from another fund, put it in this fund, pay it back by the end of the year. But we've tried to avoid that, if possible, the temporary loans. So, I mean, if you were to truly keep the levy that I have in here, you'd be looking for a levy of about $4.6 million. So there have been some additional appropriations out of this fund this year in cash, and that's one of the reasons it is dropping. And so this fund, unlike health fund, I'm a little bit concerned about just about that cash flow period from the auditor's office. But again, just to look at some of the personnel costs, when you look at 24, the actual number being $2,663,000, and the budget request for 26 is $3,759,000. That's a pretty substantial increase on personnel costs. Again, I'm not being critical. I'm just saying that that's a fixed cost, no different than your general fund. So. Any questions about that fund before we move on? All right, page 17, we're about done. I apologize. We're about through the funds. Page 17, this is CCD. I've already touched on this. You look at the cash balance of 26, we can't fund the budget requested. There's about $21 million requested. Now, this is another place that there's $1.8 million that can be cut that was discovered after this was put out. That the commissioners had $1.8 million in here that can be taken out of this. So I think that you guys met and found that right. So that maybe not quite that bad. But again, just kind of look at it on an ongoing basis in this fund. We collect about $12.6 million in this fund. So it's fine, again, capital stuff doesn't get me overly concerned because you can turn it off pretty quick if you have to. But we are at the point where we've gone through most of the cash.
Right. How much is this one out?
This one's out of balance with revenue at $8,780,000, but true deficit is $5,161,000. In other words, the state would come in and cut it. They'd say, you don't have enough money for that fund. They would cut it, but now you could take $1,000,008 off of that number, that $5 million number. But again, this, with no cash in this fund, it does create some cash flow issues for the auditor's office that they have to watch depending on when those projects are paid for. Because if you start a year with zero cash, you're not going to have any cash until May, so you got to kind of watch the cash flow in this fund on a month-by-month basis. But we've pretty much used all that those capital dollars. Let's see. This is not alarming, I just want to point out the PSAP, lit page 19. Now, you have to look at, there's two funds, right? There's PSAP lit, and then there's the E911 fund. Essentially what we do is we take money from the lit to supplement the E911 fund. This fund has plenty of cash in it. And you can see there's actually a line I show in here under the expenses that I put in here, transfer to fund 1222, that's the E911 fund. And it would take about $11.5 million of the lit to fund, which is basically personnel. It's basically your personnel costs. And there is capital requests in this budget of $5.4 million. The budget's out of balance, roughly $5.3 million. But that doesn't concern me because you got $5-some million of capital there, and you do have a lot of cash. And so I just wanted to share with you, because I'm going to show you the E911 fund here, how that's being funded. So this, again, we have the 0.1 rate, but it's shared between this fund and the E911 fund. And that. Okay, page 25. You can see where I'm showing that revenue coming in of the $11,000,005. And that's the auditor's office depositing lit into this fund to help pay for the personnel costs, which are roughly $15.6 million, $15,650,000 roughly. And so, just to give you some idea, if you look at that top revenue source, what we're getting from the state is $4,158,000, and we're supplementing it with $11.5 million on the personnel side. Again, nothing alarming. There's plenty of cash. The revenue's strong in this fund, but it also was impacted by that lower lit number, because it is a 0.1% rate, and we only got 2.7% in, so it was impacted, but still very strong. The next page, 26, I'm not going to spend much time on this. This is the food and beverage fund. This is something I will be starting to track. This won't work out dollar for dollar probably at the end of the year, but essentially we'll try to spend it all on health insurance costs that would otherwise be in the general fund. So that gives you some idea how much was moved out. Roughly about $10,860,000 this year, and then about $11,200,000 next year. That's money we moved out of the general fund, and also expense that we moved out. So if you're trying to compare year-over-year expenses in the general fund, you'd have to add these back, if that makes sense. Not something we wanted to do, but we were directed to do. Page 28, I won't spend any time here because this won't look the same when you're done. Everything I'm sharing with you is just this beginning point, right? It will look different once you're through your process. But this is the combination on page 28 of your general fund and rainy day. But if you note up in the title, top left, I now included food and beverage. So if there ends up being any cash in food and beverage, it will start showing up in this combination of these funds. This is not really a fund. This is just to combine those funds to kind of show you your overall picture. And again, this also assumes that payout of the land already, which you have not officially approved already yet.
But you've already figured.
That is out of here. It's an assumption in the back of the fiscal plan.
Good.
I don't typically build those in until I know they're approved, but in this case, I felt like it was moving that direction.
Yeah.
And I wrote it in as an assumption that you would be doing that.
At what price?
Pardon?
At what price?
I had 17 million in here.
Thanks.
Yeah, it is in the rainy day fund. Did we skip the rainy day fund? Did we miss that one? We did, didn't we? Hang on a second, let's go back to that page so you can see that. Rainy day, page 7. apologize. We missed that fund. But you can see that we transferred money into this fund this year of $9,272,000, and then the assumption that $17 million will be used on the land.
Mike, you usually tell us to keep 25% or 50% of property tax in our cash balance combined, right?
Yeah, I always recommend 50% of your next, this is the unofficial, your true cash balance is a 60-day reserve, your policy. My recommendation unofficially has always been look at your next year's property taxes and keep 50% of that. That's higher than 60 days.
Okay. Do you
That's
know-
my unofficial recommendation, because that keeps the auditor's office out of having
No, I understand.
internal borrowings.
Do you know what that number is?
Well, it'd be fund by fund. You'd have to look at the property tax in each fund. But to give you some idea, in the general fund only, so 26, that's $44 million, so roughly $22 million in cash in the general fund. Should be reserved.
Okay.
And it just happens like 60-day reserve policy is like $20 million, so they're pretty close.
Okay.
I'm just wrapping up here, just a couple more things. Page 29 is the tax rates. Again, Senate Bill 1 didn't have a huge impact on the assessment of 26. The only change there was some change to farm ground, not a significant impact in Hamilton County. There was also the increase of the supplemental deduction going from 37.5% to 40%. But those weren't game changers in terms of managing to the tax rate. So I've made the assumption that you're going to maintain a flat tax rate in 2026. Now, next year, I think our conversation will not be about tax rate. I think we'll be talking more of a levy conversation. But this year, it's still really a tax rate conversation. And so that's the assumption that you do not increase. Our assessed valuation has been certified on page 30. And this was really pretty good, pretty happy with this. The assessed valuation was still up 5.95%, even with the increase in that supplemental deduction. So that's good news. Now, what happens in those out years is still to be determined, because that's when we start feeling the real impacts of higher deductions going forward. But that's not anything to do with your 26 budget process. So I apologize that it's a lot and there's some confusing pieces about it, but I will be available via.
Oh, we will probably call you.
Okay, via any time, phone call, so I think that gives you a starting point where you might want to go.
Given the increased credits for 27, are there things that you recommend we look at in the 26 budget that sets us up for success in 27?
That's a good question. I think that really just depends on the comfort level of the council. The comfort level of council around that special distribution interest. I think interest income is, that's that hanging out there. What happens with interest income in the long term?
Gotta start dialing that back.
Yeah.
So that's, otherwise I think property tax for the most part will remain fairly stable going forward. On the general fund side. Lit, I'm optimistic that it might get better than what we've got right now. So it was not a good 26 number.
It does seem curious.
It on the surface, this doesn't look right. But maybe it's a timing issue too, right? Sometimes there's timing issues of when
The top 20% decided to delay. their
they could
tax
have,
payments.
they might have thought they're making more interest than what,
Yeah, they asked for an extension.
yeah, they could have asked for extensions, something could have not made the cutoff. So I think that's more on the optimistic side that lit would probably get better in the future. Now, also, there's lots of changes going on with lit in 28, right? That's in this model. But this is making the assumption that you would adopt a rate high enough to collect whatever you've been collecting, if that makes sense. You obviously haven't had any conversation about that yet in terms of what you're going to do with adopting a lit. But it's under the assumption in 28 you'll adopt something that would be similar to what you're getting now.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
My pleasure.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule. The next item, the next department up is the assessor, Mr. Poor.
Good morning, council.
Morning.
Just kind of a summary, I guess, of the assessor's office. I mean, you have some of that what we put in my narrative to you. Accomplishments, I guess, we continue to meet our annual goals and our deadlines that we have to meet for annual certifications and submissions to the DLGF. Assessed values continue to grow. As you heard Mike talk about, I think what he said, 11% maybe gross, 5.9% I think net. There were some contributors to that, one being our parcel count is up, so the parcel count up to 148,700, up 3,600 parcels this year. That due to mostly growth, a lot of Westfield growth, but also throughout the rest of the county, new parcels being added from new plats. Also affecting, I think, the values, as Mike talked about with the ag rate. We did have SB1, which made the ag rate go down a little bit, retroactive to 1/1 of 25. But in terms of values overall, like I said, I think sales are still creeping upward, which, assessments are supposed to track sales data and follow sales data. Another big change that occurred this year from the DLGF was the change to our cost tables that we serve as the basis of our assessed values. The cost tables were, DLGF made a cost table increase with what they call the verified economic modifier, which kind of surprised us at the end of the year, created a lot of extra work at the end of the year. Those cost tables were increased, anywhere from 25, 30% or more in some cases. So what that means is we really had to go back and kind of do a relook at just about every neighborhood, and knowing that we were getting hit now with the cost table increases as much, if the market values weren't going up that much, we had to then counteract that by adjusting our neighborhood factors and things like that. So but we managed to get through that and still made our certifications on time. Some other changes in recent years, apartment law changes that have been instituted. And again, going back to the ag land rate, created some extra work because we'd already done our roll and balance in March. We'd balanced with the auditor, sent the information down to the state, but then when the ag rate changed, we did have to go back and recalculate all those ag parcels and resubmit. So managed to get through that. Again, appeals are up a little bit this year, so that is, one of our concerns, still trying to work through. A lot of rentals, apartments, again, changes to some of those laws have created a lot of appeals there. I don't think it's unmanageable, but we are working through them. In terms of Councilor Mackey's request on, what can we do, what should we prioritize in terms of our projects? I guess starting out just with the budget, I continue to look at ways to make our office operate more efficiently and effectively. We have three funds: general, reassessment, and sales disclosure. The general fund, I'm asking for a little more in the general fund this year. Reassessment, I've actually decreased a bit. In sales disclosure, I'm maintaining. Overall, my budget totals overall is down from last year. So I try to, continue to look for ways to cut where I can. I don't have any new staff requests. I do have several open positions, and we had some recent turnover. I'm currently conducting interviews and seeking to fill several positions. So in terms of personnel budget, some of those base salaries may reset, so maybe that'll help on the budget side. Also, recently gave back a position in order to have a couple of positions reclassified last month. In terms of biggest project for me to consider is I've been working with a software vendor in our assessment software. We've had the same assessment software since essentially the late 90s, and which has been fine, but slowly that vendor has been losing counties throughout the state for the last 10, 15 years.
I was gonna ask,
Why? I think the other
is it the maintenance fees?
is probably part of it. If we look at dollar for dollar, as I've gotten some recent quotes, and this is all stuff that isn't in my current 2026 budget ask, but it is something I'm looking forward to. But maintenance is a little less, so that would be some savings over time. The initial cost for converting the data is the initial big outlay. They're upwards of 700,000 or more that they would allow us to then spread over 3 years. So I've been working with Chris Mertens, talking about that, because trying to figure out, most of our maintenance fees actually don't come out of my budget, come out of the ISS budget. So, but it is something I'm considering. Why are they losing? I think that, in looking at the other company's software, it is easier to use, I think. I think it is more flexible in terms of, being able to run reports, pulling data from it than what we currently use. But again, we've been accustomed to what we've been accustomed to, and knowing that it's going to be some aches and pains in trying to convert, it's something that we've kind of avoided. But like I said, the one vendor is now up to, I think, 85 of the 92 counties, and our vendor is down to, I think, maybe 5 throughout the state. So it's something where, you look forward and you think, is it something where they won't support it any longer, and when's the right time to make that change? So obviously trying to make that kind of change comes at a rough time considering our budget issues moving forward and the changes with SB1. But so that's our biggest project we're working on.
Is AI ever gonna affect this?
Is AI, I'm sorry?
Is AI ever gonna affect any of that software type thing?
I mean, there was a proposal in the legislature last year to basically, I think, try to let AI, programming logarithms to, basically conduct the assessments themselves. But of course, I mean, as the assessor, you still have people who maybe not like what that result is. You're going to have appeals. You're going to have someone who has to then monitor that data, look at that data. Every property is different. So there has been, that legislation got knocked down. But we have had in our recent conferences demonstrations by AI companies on how it could help and maybe be a tool in our toolbox. So, but I haven't really explored it too much. I know I've been talking with Chris Mertens. We did talk about maybe ways on how we can use Copilot or as well to maybe look into ways to utilize that going forward.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kevin, your part-timer is not likely to be filled. Can we reduce that from your budget?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Your part-time, you listed in your notes as a part-time vacant not likely to be filled. Can we reduce that out of your payroll budget?
Did I already put that as part of my reduction, or did I?
I don't know. I'm asking, can we reduce it from your budget? If you already took it out, great, but your note says our line is vacant and not likely to be filled.
It could-
1343,001s. Can
So
we
we
just reduce the budget?
We had 2 people being paid out of that budget. One did retire. She was a longtime part-timer. She did retire last year. I still am utilizing a part-time person in part of that. So, I mean, it's something we can certainly look at, I believe.
Well, it just says it's not likely to be filled. So if it's not likely to be filled, can we go ahead and reduce your budget by it, or did you already reduce your budget by it?
Like I said, that particular line is a little odd in how it's set up and created. I have to look at it more specific. It's like I said, 2 people are kind of paid out of that same line. Does that sound right, Jason? It's,
So you are still paying somebody out of that?
I am
Yeah,
still
see
paying
it.
someone.
Yeah, so then one of
So
them.
what, yeah. I'd be happy to review it. I don't want to say necessarily cut it without, I guess, a review to make sure that, if I am paying someone still out of that it's not, I
Yeah,
guess,
so
fully
one
cut.
line
Does that
is
make sense?
vacant and is not likely to be filled. So if you're paying 2, then
It shows 2, 1343,001 and 1343,002. So it shows that there's 2 people paid out of that
Okay.
pot. And I think what he was saying is we see that there's one currently there. but then the other one shows vacant. So if it's not vacant, then that's a different story. If it is vacant, then can that be reduced? You still have enough to pay the one out of it, but the
Right,
other.
which is, if that's how I've presented it, then, trying to find my notes on it, sorry.
No, that's okay.
And, you know, maybe if you can just look into that and get back to us, because we're
Sure.
gonna be here.
We'll be here all
working
day.
on it, yeah, all day. And
We'll be here all
tomorrow
day.
too, so.
Okay. Yeah, let me get back to you on that.
We'll check with the auditor, make sure everything's.
Yeah, I'll get back to you.
Appreciate
All
it.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Next, Mr. Sachs from Aviation.
Good morning.
Morning.
For the last 5 years, I've stood up here and I've had a pretty boring budget to present, but unfortunately not this year. Fortunately, however you want to look at it, we've got a very exciting year for the Airport Authority. So as you know, we have a new budget, so we have two budgets more or less to present, one for the Indianapolis Executive Airport and then one for the Sheridan Airport as well. So for the Indianapolis Executive Airport, pretty much status quo there, about a 5% increase overall, but most of that's associated with increased cost with insurance and a little bit of increased cost with material costs, road salt, airfield salt, and then professional services as well, but only about a 5% increase year over year on that. I don't have any projects necessarily cut out, so we kept our capital fund pretty lean for next year, so we actually don't have any projects. We have federal grant matches that we have in there, but no projects, local capital projects to fund for next year. And then on the Sheridan side, so this is obviously a brand new budget for us. So we tried to model it a little bit after what we could assume the Sheridan Airport needed going forward. We did go, I think, pretty accurate in terms of what we think initial cost will be to run the airport, though we might have to tailor this as we go forward, just depending on what the airport needs after hopefully a full year of getting to know the airport a little bit better. But again, I think the numbers that we have here are pretty accurate for Sheridan as well. And then the biggest thing for us is we're also going to be asking for 2 part-time positions to be added to the Airport Authority. So one will be a part-time maintenance position, and then one will be kind of a part-time admin assistant type position to help kind of tie everything together across both airports. We are pushing for the maintenance position to be a 2025 hiring, so we're kind of speeding that process up as fast as possible because those needs are current, and we really need that position now. So that's going through the motions with HR as we speak. Then the admin assistant position will come on at some point, probably in 2026.
I know that there was some back and forth related to the positions, and it was, so you have not, so you need one of them for 2025. I think this also included then an increase for yourself.
That's correct, yeah.
I don't think that it's very clear in the documentation that we have as far as what's what. So when you talk about the increase in professional services, I assume that's including then personnel?
No, so that
Okay, yeah, so
3,000.
I guess tell me where the increase
Yeah.
is for you specifically within this budget, or is that secondary to the budget that's presented?
In terms of the staff positions or in terms of the budget
So,
increase?
well, there was an increase you had requested for the 12% or whatever that may have
Yeah.
been. Is that included in the budget you presented?
No, so this budget was submitted before the Sheridan Airport was acquired. So
Okay.
everything that's associated with at least with the budgets that you have in front of you are pre-Sheridan acquisition. We did get the Sheridan budget in post-deadline because we had to, of course, but the personnel costs are much more recent than that. So I don't know if, Todd, I don't know if those got into the documentation or not. I know we had discussed that, but
Will we see that at tomorrow night's tomorrow night's county council meeting?
No.
Yes? No?
No.
No? Oh, so
I
that'll
guess-
be October.
Right, so and I can't recollect, those have not gone to personnel for discussion. But what you're asking for is an increase in part-time support, one person for 2025, basically to start immediately. And then in 2026, you're asking not only for an increase for yourself, which is not included in this budget, but the additional part-time person you had mentioned in
Correct.
conjunction. And then were there other adjustments that we should anticipate? Because obviously it's, if we look at the 2026 budget, what you're asking for really isn't here, right, until tomorrow night. And so I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that we all are on the same page as far as where the increase
You would
implications.
you would have to consider it whatever month it comes in front of us as an additional appropriation.
I would ask this of you, if possible. If you could maybe put together a quick synopsis of the current budget, obviously we have that. What you anticipate the increased cost request for 2026, so we can at least see that, since it still hasn't gone through every avenue yet for approval.
Okay.
For formal approval. If you could do that before the end of the day.
Yeah.
That would be great.
And
Absolutely.
do you know what your proposed increase for yourself and
Yeah.
all your expansion? I know your board just.
Yeah, yeah.
It's that.
Yeah, our board voted on a 12%.
Okay.
Yeah, number. So yeah, we have all that broken down already. I think the part-time position, we have a wage for that as well, that was generated by HR. So I think we have all those numbers, but I can probably pretty easily throw that together
So we
and
can
include
figure
that.
in. Because you have taken on a lot of additional responsibilities, so
Yeah, yeah.
we want to make sure we get compensated.
Absolutely, yeah, and I greatly appreciate that too, and I'll get you that, guys, that information on all three of those positions, including the 2025 one, as a breakdown as well.
Who is Wolpert and what do they do?
Wilpert is our construction engineers, so our engineer of record for the airport, so they do a little bit of everything. So basically, every project, they do a lot of the project management type work, a lot of the engineering. When you talk about even projects that are happening at the airport, so there's a new Bex hangar that's being constructed, they look at those engineering diagrams and they stamp them, make sure that they're appropriate for constructing on an airport, height requirements, stuff like that, on top of many other things. So they're our engineer of record for the airport.
Wolpert keeps you in compliance with the FAA.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're aviation experts.
yeah. They've been with the airport for about 25 years or so.
They're in every major airport I can think of, even outside of state.
Yeah, yeah.
Columbus, like that.
Multinational company.
And with the request of the additional anticipated expenses, if there's any additional revenue from the Sheridan Airport, in ballpark, that, so we know, we're getting some revenue source as well from that. If you can share that, that'd be great.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, we did project some revenue for Sheridan. We're not 100% sure on the cost yet. We're still kind of breaking that down, but we do think that Sheridan's revenue could definitely help subsidize the expenditures that we're looking at, so by a decent amount potentially.
Quick back of the napkin math, if we look at the increase he's requesting for himself, plus then the 2 additional part-time people, it's roughly $103,000.
Loaded?
I didn't load it, but it's not gonna really be looked, because they're part-time, plus he's spending.
How does that figure the 12%? How was that figured out?
Was that just a number thrown in?
Yeah, that was just a number that we discussed with our board, that was agreed upon.
And you still have, it's still ultimately operated as far as the airport itself, we still have the professional service agreement with, oh gosh, who's the MPO? Who am I thinking of?
It's, the fixed space operator, what's their name?
Jet Access.
Jet Access.
Space.
Yeah, so they don't have a presence at Sheridan, so not really. We have a fuel agreement with them for them to provide fuel to the airport, but that's about it. So in terms of more or less daily maintenance at the airport, oversight and stuff like that, that's all kind of falling on myself, and then Haley down at the auditor's office as well for collecting payments and stuff, so.
There is no FBO at Sheridan.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, there's no one there essentially.
Well, we've got you, the reimbursement for the 2.8 million. How and when is that gonna happen?
I was just gonna bring that up. I quizzed the Wolpert people because that's an FAA project that we loan them money. And then they say October, they thought would be.
Yeah, they did say October.
It would get appropriated in August, but I said, when will we see the check? And that is October, isn't that what he told us?
That's what they said. I don't know if I would put money on that, no pun intended, but yeah, it's supposed to be October.
Are they
So
gonna pay us back the whole 2.8 million?
it'll be a portion of that, so we don't
Where's the
expect that
difference
full
coming
amount
from?
back yet.
Where's the difference coming from then? If it's a portion, how are you funding the difference?
So we have a secondary project too that we just started where funding should come back from that as well. So we don't anticipate, so this first project was not, it gets a little complicated because we have multiple projects that we're running at
We're
the
here all
same
day.
time.
It's all right.
So it's about 1.8, I think, is what we expect potentially initially.
So we'll be short about $1 million that you got to find another way to cover the repayment back to the county.
That's correct, yeah. So we'll get that through future projects essentially.
So you got a plan.
Yeah, we're hoping 2026, but things have been delayed on the federal side on the grant reimbursement for a while now, so. at
When I
least
hear
last
we're
year.
hoping, that makes me nervous.
Yeah, no, you will get paid back. That is, yeah, the money will come back.
Okay,
It's just a timing thing.
thanks.
May I ask?
There are multiple FAA projects. We fronted the money, so we get $1.8 million off of this project, the next project. In the big picture, we'll get more money of the $3 million. There are multiple projects going on at the same time.
Yeah.
1.8 reflected in what we got here.
No, no.
Good question.
That was just a short-term loan from the county to the airport to get the projects up and going.
Yeah, we're required to have the money up front before we start the project.
I think funny how that works at the federal government. You gotta prove you gotta have the money
It's the same thing.
before they'll start the project, but when you get reimbursement is sometime later, maybe, we'll see.
When they feel like it.
Two more questions. I guess we need to look at that 1.8.
Yeah.
Is it in our
In our
revenue, which would create then a swing of 1.8?
Good.
Yeah, that might be a good, let's save that
In
up,
the positive, yeah.
let's save that up for
Later,
Yeah.
so that's a question. I have one final question related to your job. Did you go through the process of having WIS with the increased responsibility? Did they do an analysis of your role and change it? And that's where this increase, then the board ultimately thought 12%? Or have they done that analysis and it should stay as is, or do you have that information?
Yeah, so we did do a WIS analysis. It did come back at the same, I guess, and I'm not well versed in this, so I might have the wrong terminology, but the same level, I guess, the same categorization. But the board essentially voted to increase pay scale to help offset that, so. But we did update the position description to reflect, instead of just director of one airport, director of multiple airports, essentially. So that change was made.
Okay.
And so Wiz came back with the 12%, or
No,
they came back?
they
with
said
the
it's the
No,
same. Same.
they came back the same, but the board, our board essentially voted to increase.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you so very
All
much.
right, thank you guys, and I'll give you that information by end of day today.
Great, thank you so much.
Next up is the auditor, Mr. Clevenger.
Oh, here.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he's got oh, thank you.
Can I readdress? I found the answer.
Just so you know.
I found, back with the assessor, found the answer to your question. So on the part-time, I did reduce our part-time on that line item, the 1343 line, from 38,000 to 22,000. So monetarily,
Please submit it.
changes have been made. I did keep the 001 and 02 lines both open just as a flexibility. I can remove one if you want, but I did make the dollar
If you-
down.
if you reduce it, that's
Yeah,
fine.
If it's
Perfect.
reduced, then we don't have to. Thank you, Kevin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I want to take a moment to thank the council for your continued support of the auditor's office, especially in this year of leadership transition. You know, that trust that you've instilled in us has allowed us to strengthen and stabilize our team as we continue to try and deliver the high level of service that people are used to from the auditor's office. This year's budget request reflects that stability. It is lower than last year's budget. We are not requesting any new positions. Any incremental increase that you will see in the fund lines would become from the payroll adjustments, the 27th pay, incremental increase in cost of goods and services, and then the implementation of the Commissioner's new ID badge security program, which starts in '26. And we'll go through payroll, so we need to buy new ID badges and stuff. So
We gotta get pictures?
every 5 years, you'll have to get a new picture. That is correct. It's my understanding. I don't have the ins and outs. Payroll department has that. So With that, I will attempt to, and when I say I, that means Adam and Jason and maybe me, we'll try to attempt to answer any questions you have.
I have no questions.
How many people were double slotted?
3. 2.
Two double slotted, and so your overall payroll reduction, because the double slotting was, what, roughly 100 grand out of your reductions?
Yes.
Any other questions?
Who did we talk to? It's just brought up to me about, and I'm not sure if it's the auditor or someone else, but paid bi-weekly. If we were to go in and pay twice a month, we get away from having that additional pay period.
27?
Has that ever been discussed?
Do
or
like the
thought about?
15th and the last day of the month.
First and 15th, whatever, yeah, yeah.
It's how Teresa's job.
I'm not sure whose that would fall under.
I mentioned that, and I got scoured, I was like, man, it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean,
There was something, this has probably been years, but there was something about Indiana being different than some other states on how they pay on, I don't know. You can look into
I've
it.
had that twice a month pay in my past, so you just.
I've had it here too. Weekly, bi-weekly.
Yeah.
twice
Well,
a
I
month.
think you should look into that.
Well, I'm just not
Tim.
sure who would be the one, which department would.
Where do I look into it from?
Yeah.
We will gladly talk to our payroll administrator. It may also determine by when the commissioners meet, because they have to approve stuff,
I
so.
posed that question, and everybody said it was a terrible idea. There were some reasons why we can't do it or shouldn't do it. I don't remember what the answer was, but all I know was
I
bad.
think Mike might have something to say about it.
Yes, sir. Commissioners approved the payroll, so legally, I think it falls under their purview. We'll be happy to engage them and have that discussion.
Well, before, if you could ask, well, I'd like to understand the pros and cons, because that's really kind of throwing off a lot of the budget, certainly for this year with the additional pay period.
Okay.
It'd be a worthwhile conversation, I would think.
But that's only once every 11 years or whatever, so.
Any open positions?
I believe there might be one in AP.
Any positions open longer than 6 months?
Anything open longer than
Any
6
position
months?
open longer than 6 months?
Well, I've been in office 7, so 1, yes, AP.
They need,
This
they need.
this is where the grace part comes in.
Yes, exactly.
A little grace.
Yes, a little grace. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the clerk's office, Mrs. Williams. There she is.
It's been 9 months though.
Does it?
Yeah.
Just feels like
Just
7.
seeing if you can do the math.
I don't know. I have Adam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In my budget, I do not have, the only increase I have is in the capital. We took out, I assume we took out the microvote and all of that, so that's already gone. But I did ask to leave 10,000 in there for emergencies of electrical equipment or any changes that might come up. So I left 10,000 in there, so that's the only increase I have, other than the personnel as you all see fit to change that. I did request upgrade of 3 employees, but was only approved 1. So the criminal deputy position we put in, and that is at the increased amount, correct too, Jason? Thank you. Yes. So those are the things that I have in there.
So
Pretty simple.
The payment of the new voting and stuff is not in next year's budget? Because
No.
we all did this.
It's in this year's budget, yeah.
Okay, because I know there's such a cross timing wise when budget was submitted and when we approved everything, so.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
How was I know there was reading through the newspaper, all that was the change in going to voting, polling centers? Voting centers, has that been received positively?
We did a survey, and we don't have the final results yet, but somebody peeked and said that it looked like it was more in favor than opposed. I've been getting emails from people, and, kind of mixed back and forth. Some people like to stay in their neighborhood and vote, others like the convenience of driving from Indianapolis and stopping in Fisher somewhere and voting, and when they live in the northern part of the county. So those, back and forth. I know, Jason, you'd asked about the cost difference of poll workers. Yeah, that poll worker, if from our actual cost for 2024 was $156,600. And we're estimating if we had the 52 vote centers, it would be around $99,300. So that's about $57,000 2 times a year. So, it's not, yeah. The only other thing, we look down the road, obviously the new court's coming on. I don't have anything new in this budget. And we'll look at next year. We will try to do our best to absorb, but it'll depend on what jurisdictions they use and how we can use our staff that we currently have. So, but I don't have any additions right now for that. I just brought that up as something for the future to look at. I'll be back tomorrow night on the vote center issue. So if you have any other questions between now and then, don't hesitate to ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is commissioners, Mr. Hubbs.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
The budget presented to you that you received from the commissioners, as you know, is an increase in requests. Probably most particularly this year, we've asked for 5 new additional personnel slots for the increase in that area. Overall, in my 3 months I've been in this position, I've seen a significant need, and I predict in 2026 it will increase on our professional services for a lot of the major projects we have in progress, as you all well know, in the county. And then probably the largest particular project that is going to be impactful for all of us, whether you're a department head or a county official, is the expansion of this facility. We are currently out of space, as you all know, and working with Steve Wood and all the elected officials and department heads, it's going to require significant expense to move folks around and kind of do a chess game to make it happen. It's not cheap, and I wish I could tell you it was going to be less, but that is what it is. But with that said, I do want to thank Kelly and Todd, the auditor. Going through the budget, we've already recognized some areas that we can cut, and I think that's just the first part. I think we will continue to recognize those efficiencies moving forward here in the next few weeks after hearing what I've heard today from Mr. Reuter. So I'm very excited to continue that, to help the council, help you all find ways to save, whether it's through our budget or another department. But with that, open the floor for any questions. I'm sure you have some.
With the 5 positions that were requested, are there ones that you would be willing to forego at this time?
Yes. So I would love them all, right? I believe in the area of communications or social media, we could definitely eliminate that position if we had to, recognizing a communications director could manage both of those areas. And then, at the end of the day, if we had to eliminate the communications director, we would. I will tell you, yeah, as you know, we've had a letter of recommendation from our current contracted public information officer, Tammy Sander. And the answer I can't give you exactly is what I would pay in professional services to continue contracting that out next year and the year on if we would hire that in-house. I think you're going to save money if we hire it in-house. Just to be brutally honest, I think we are behind in social media in general. And I know, Amy, you are very familiar with that area. So there's a lot of marketing ability I don't think we're capturing. So to farm that out next year with Tammy and her team would be an increase in significant increase in the services that an in-house full-time communications director could provide. Keeping in mind that communications director not only supports the commissioners, they support all the department heads in the county, and to include this body.
And what about any other positions?
Pardon me?
What about any of the other positions that you have recommended?
Connor and I were just speaking in the back, so the attorney, we have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably close to $1 million. And if we do not hire a county attorney, I fully anticipate we're going to farm that out to a law firm for the attorneys in the room. Those hourly rates are not cheap. So when you weigh having that, if we're able to continue to keep it in-house, Connor and the attorneys have been great, we will have hundreds of thousands of dollars of savings in that area.
Can you show that to us?
We can. Connor, to you.
While we're in the,
That's right.
no, please go ahead, Ken.
I was gonna ask, as he's coming up, the fleet manager position, is that something that we could spread costs out amongst the different departments that are using fleet vehicles?
The fleet manager position, I think, is critical because every department has unique needs.
Well, maybe let me rephrase it. I completely understand the need for it. Is it something that we could share that cost among departments that are utilizing fleet vehicles? So it's not hitting all one budget, but coming out of.
I think, yeah, absolutely. I think that however the council chooses to.
Wash, but at least, I mean, that way, maybe they have to assume some of the responsibility.
But the oversight then still would be the commissioners. You might as well just keep it under that budget, right? Because if you're spreading it out, then it becomes a little convoluted as far as.
Well, as of right now, we don't have a list, do we, Mike?
No, we don't.
A list of the,
Vehicles.
I've sent the list. And there's two different lists. So here's the challenge I have. Is we have historically used Enterprise in the past, the county has. And we still maintain a relationship with Enterprise. The sheriff and his staff continue to use Enterprise. And we still have some departments who still have what I call triculation, that the cars are going to slowly come off that list. So that list is existing. And then historically, I don't know when the council allowed the departments to start budgeting for their own vehicles, but that's when that kind of got hard for not just me, Lee, prior to me, to monitor, to work with those. So, you know, trying to circle in the wagons of what all the vehicles are is, I've already had one meeting, you know, Kelly went to it with me. I hosted every county official and department head and said, hey, we need to clean this up a little bit to be more specific for you folks when you have a question on the council about this. So the enterprise list is there. I have a handful of the lists that I had forwarded over the past week and a half working with the department heads. So I think we have the majority of the vehicles identified. And again, the largest share of the fleet that we have is under the sheriff, no doubt, and that's all, and you all have that.
In addition to, I appreciate that info, something that has kind of come about in the last week, we have a policy under the county purview as far as responsibility of those taking vehicles home, who's responsible for writing mileage. We have not been, from what I've gathered, there, and this really kind of, in my opinion, is outside of public safety. So those outside of public safety, we're not calculating costs associated. We're not seeing how much these vehicles are being used for personal use. So that is something we need to think through, because I think it's a fringe benefit at times.
Outside of law enforcement, is anybody in the commissioner's budget taking vehicles home?
I'm sorry, say it again, sir.
Outside of law enforcement, anybody inside the commissioner's budget driving vehicles home?
Yes.
How many?
I'd have to give you a number and look. Keeping in mind, a lot of these individuals are on call 24 hours a day.
Yeah, sorta.
So.
I mean, in fairness, if they are.
Yes, they are.
That's fine.
And I'll give you,
But-
I have no problem. I'm very open to discussing this. And at the end of the day, recognizing, you know, I'm retired from public safety, but there are other entities within the government who have to be here. You know, if something happens at this building on Sunday morning, building and grounds has to have their own call person respond, or.
Well, I
if
don't
it-
think that's the argument, though. I think
Yeah,
the
that's-
argument becomes more of, great Sunday morning, they have to be here, but Saturday all day, they were driving around to here and there and.
Well, no, now, so there is very specific policy already
There
set
is a
forth
policy.
by, yes, there is, the Board of Commissioners. It's restricted. You're not allowed to drive that vehicle off
But
duty.
But is
they're
it
not
monitored?
submitting their mileage.
Yeah, is it monitored or? what?
There's no mileage submissions from what
Yeah.
I've been told. So you're not breaking down to say I've driven 140 miles this week and 120 of that was personal.
I believe the auditor's office collects that information, payroll does, that you have to submit a report.
There might be some inconsistencies. So this is an overarching conversation, not necessarily directed at you, but it just happened to come up in
I
the
understand.
discussion around fleet.
I think, Councilwoman, too, with, one, I think Mike could probably find the question, I think Mr. Beaver asked about how many people take those home. We could probably find that by end of business today or so. But to your point, Councilwoman Asamoah, what part of the benefit of having a fleet manager would be making sure that these kind of things would be consistent. Some of the benefits of having a centralized operator of sorts would help eliminate inconsistent practices with not just the operation, but procurement, for pricing. It would allow us to leverage more of the county's full purchasing power. As of right now, there are occasional lapses in titles and registrations of vehicles, which, as you can imagine, is if you don't have proper title insurance or title and registration, then you can't insure it, and then that's a bit larger liability the county would then be have to go through. Untracked or inconsistently tracked license plates and asset usage, which is to your point too, that's something that the fleet manager would help with. No standardized criteria right now for vehicle requests, replacement, or specifications, which again, this position would help with that. No formal process for evaluating the ROI or implementing fleet-related innovations. An example was the CNG, and if there are others out there that could be used to maximize the financial impact that the position would provide to the county. And then also would help with the vehicle disposal practice and risk of undercutting residual value with that. So there are several, I think, benefits to having that centralized person that oversees all of that. I think if you were to make use of enterprise to its fullest possible potential with this position, I think a lot of these problems and questions that are being raised right now by the council would be addressed by this person. One of the reasons why it's under the commissioners is this person would work hand in hand with procurement, because you're procuring vehicles, risk, which is all the insurance. Anytime there's a claim for a vehicle, they're the ones that handle it to send it to whatever vendor that's going to maintain it, repair or whatnot. So the commissioners do touch every aspect of the county, which is why it would be better to have it centralized.
Okay. Vehicles need to be looked at.
Yep, we know that. I guess, final question, with the 5, can you rank them for me? I know you've kind of touched on, the attorney is how would you rank them 1 through 5? Or would you just say, if I said pick 2, what are the 2?
The attorney and weights and measures.
Now, the weights and measures, that caused me pause when I read it, that you have a director, and then you want to hire a deputy director to supervise one other inspector, and that seemed very strange to me.
In Councilor Mackey, I would say, I know on paper they said directors, they're all inspectors. And Scott's here and he can talk and speak to it directly. They're a 2-man department, we're requesting to be 3. And at the end of the day, whether you're the director or deputy director, they do inspections.
I would say
But
on
the
that
pay-
particular issue, think about how many gas stations you've seen.
So-
I'm not opposed to hiring another, but why not hire another inspector at that pay rate rather than a higher deputy director pay rate? That just seemed odd to me.
Right.
Is there more responsibility that specific inspector/deputy would be doing?
Yeah, Scott can come up and speak to it. But I do want to point out what Councilman Beaver said. The genesis of it is exactly what you said. This county is growing so fast, these folks can't keep up with the economic growth of the gas stations and so forth. And if we don't support them, it will impact the county because we'll have a waiting list of people who can't open a gas station because we can't get inspected.
Well, you set through Reuters'
Yes.
report,
Right.
okay?
Right.
And I agree with that. I remember last year it was discussed about there's going to be a need, but you didn't put it in the budget for this, for 25. So I totally get having another inspector, but a line of chain of command, a supervisor over a staff person seems strange. That's all.
So,
Scott can speak to it.
sure, no, that's fine. Great,
Good
thank
morning,
you.
good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
One reason we were looking at the deputy director, number one, prior to me, we went through 10 months without a director for the Weights and Measures Department. We were looking for someone that, in my absence, could fill my shoes easily, just basically take over the role. Basically, upon my retirement, take over the role. I mean, it'd be an easier transition. That's what we were looking at when we asked for deputy director versus an inspector.
Okay,
So to sum it up, Mike, basically the county attorney, the deputy director of weights and measures, then the fleet manager, and then communications, and then social media. Would you say that's the?
Yes,
hierarchy?
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes. And I will just point out, as you all know, it was hard this year too for NFPs. We had 2.7 million in requests. It was 41% more than the year before. So I had submitted that before the total 2.7 million. So whatever, as you all know, you allocate, then we'll be able to reduce that down. But I included the full 41% increase initially when I submitted this. Since then, the NFP committee's met, so I think the recommendations are coming.
Yeah, there was a reduction in the non-for-profit of
Yeah.
$2 million.
That's $2 million, yeah.
Okay. Which was in addition to that 1.8 that was already coming out of the commissioner's budget, so.
Correct. A couple of things, Mike. Did anybody look at outsourcing the fleet management job to a company rather than bring it inside at $134,278?
Well, I think the tag on that, I'm assuming that the sheriff has some type of fleet management for their vehicles.
Sort of, but they have different responsibilities than this position's talking
Understood.
about. Yeah, yeah.
And I'm sure that highway department, who has a tremendous amount of that fleet as well, when you talk about equipment, that they probably have some type of fleet management that they do. So
Yeah, my question was, did anybody look at the outsourcing alternative? There are a dozen companies that outsource
looks
this.
like we'll look at it.
It's a lot less expensive than $134,000 to
Right.
outsource.
Well, so I will say, Enterprise provides that service today.
Sure.
And, I mean, if we do that, if that's the route that we want to have that discussion in, that will be, I can get a quote, but it's going to be way more than having an in-house fleet director.
Well, my question was, did anybody look at it?
Yes, so our account rep, I've talked to them, Enterprise, and we have the existing, so they have the ability to monitor our fleet, to maintain the fleet, to have somebody dedicated to our account, but we will have to pay for that service.
Poorly asked question, sorry. Did anybody look outside at an independent fleet management outsourcing company apart from those that are making money selling us cars?
No, nothing outside of that.
I think, Stephen has a quick thing.
Earlier, it was asked about the list for when it comes to vehicles. In 2019, that was a major project. There was 5 lists. Today, there is one single list, and any vehicle either owned or leased through the county is processed through Capital Assets Department. So the list that we utilize to ensure our vehicle schedule, whether owned or leased each year, comes from the Capital Assets Department, and that list is active anytime a department purchases. That's part of their process today.
Is that in the budget?
What's in the budget?
The list
The list,
Of vehicles.
of vehicles.
I
What's
just,
in our budget is a dollar number.
yeah, but the
That
question,
includes leases and buying, but there's no list.
I was speaking specifically, there was a comment made earlier about us having a vehicle list, and I just wanted to clarify today, the county does have a vehicle list, whether owned or leased.
Okay.
I'll just point, I know the assessor left. One area I've identified is we have county employees in the assessor's office on a daily basis who go out into the field conducting official business, and they use their personal cars.
I know.
And
We're being reimbursed for that, shouldn't we?
Well, I have a problem with that because if they crash their personal car when they're on official business, it's an extreme problem not only for the employee but liability. So that is one area I am working with the assessor on that we need to address.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Real quick, the fleet manager, I think, Councilman Hall, I think it's 110, not 134. I know it's the Hamilton County size budget, that's a rounding error, but I just want to make sure that it's the right number.
But if you include the load, employers matching FICA, the benefits.
It's
et
100,
cetera,
110 or so with what the pay would be. It's about $85,000 pay with a $35,000 evaluation for our benefits. That's all included for it, so it's that about 110, 112-ish,
Yeah,
something like
I
that.
showed it 134, I stand correct, thank you. The point was still, if we look at a competent outsourcing.
No, I agree.
Apart from enterprise, apart from Avis, while you're there, Connor.
Yes, sir.
The assistant county attorney.
Yes, sir.
What do you have planned for that position?
So currently, right now, that position would, as the county's growing, there are only a few items that are truly outsourced right now, such as Drainage Board, Airport Authority, Utility District. Those items would be performed, and I'll preface too, the Drainage Board and Airport are being performed by one of my attorneys right now, in addition to Mike Howard. But those items would be solely handled internally, which would be, I have that number here. That's about $146,000 if we were to remove those contractual or professional services. The new attorney wouldn't necessarily be handling those because those are ones that someone that's been here for a little bit would probably be the face for, but that person would help with the behind-the-scenes grunt work with that. The current position right now, what we hope to intend would happen is that Anna Schuler, our procurement director, she just took the bar, and we'll find out here shortly whether she passes or not. And so with her focus and history and experience in procurement, she'll probably have a more heavy hand in when it comes to the legal side of procurement, whether that's helping with contracts or making sure that, when someone goes out for procurement, that the legal part of it is taken care of. So assisting with that procurement outside, she'll remove her administrative kind of tasks that aren't legal related with the procurement. But then once that happens and once she gets her feet up and running, I would have to probably redistribute the work to a more, fair, equal basis amongst the rest of the attorneys.
So did I hear you right? If we bring this attorney on, it's $140,000 in private contracts to attorneys that are going to get canceled.
That would be the goal, yes, sir. And, with that too, even with that position being added to every year since the legal department has been in existence, we've reduced it. The first year, $600,000 reduction in outside attorneys. The second year, we reduced it by $800,000. And then this year, at this point in time, if you were to analyze what we've spent today over this year, it would be a $500,000 reduction. So even with the addition of the attorney plus their benefits, that's still a net neutral of about $350,000 or $400,000 with that.
So would you be okay if we approve it contingent upon the cancellation of $140,000 worth of outside contracts?
I think that would be agreeable to me. It's a commissioner decision if they would not want to sign those contracts. But the idea would be that, yes, we would like to perform all legal responsibilities for Hamilton County inside or internally.
When I went through that, Mike Howard, this is basically absorbing Mike Howard's outsourced work.
And there's Bozeman County Evans for Utility District, and that was because there's a lot of startup stuff with the Utility District.
Those outsourced contracts will go away by bringing this in-house.
That is the goal,
So you
yes.
can add those up, and that would be to Mr.
Yeah.
Paul's.
I don't know, Airport Authority figures the legal in their budget.
Yeah, it's in the budget.
already
Yeah,
in
it
the
is
budget.
for him too, yeah. That was in
I
there.
don't know about the other,
Yeah, so I don't want to speak on behalf of the boards or anything. That'd be an Airport Authority Commissioner and Utility District, which the Utility District and the Board of Commissioners and Drainage Board are all the same three people. The airport is obviously 5 different people, but I know that Sam's worked closely with David Boyer in my office. Mr. Beaver, you've seen David at all the meetings.
yeah, I'm not saying, I'm saying the compensation for that attorney's in their budget.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
I believe so.
budgeted.
Yeah,
I would assume it is for all the others
And what I'm
too.
assuming is that when he says that, then that means that we're gonna be seeing a drop in all of those things.
You would think over
That's what I
time,
would say.
there
as we
should
look at
be.
the budget.
That's the assumption you made.
Well, that's
That's the goal.
assumption.
That's the
That's the
goal,
goal.
that,
But
yeah.
guess what? We also have the ability to make that decision.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Just quickly comment on the $6.5 million that's out there that has not been collected yet.
Yes, we talked to Kevin, so some of that $6.5 million is money that's owed to the county for community corrections that dates back quite a long ways. Kevin is, and I don't want to speak on Kevin's behalf per se, if I say anything wrong, Kevin, please correct me, but they've partnered with a firm called Trax, which will go after the collectible fees and attach it to someone's property tax, or is it property tax, or is it? State income tax. So we'll be able to collect it going forward, the ones that are collectible, and depending on what it is, the statute of limitations could vary for that. But that's something the attorneys could assist with, but Trax is provided by AIC, I believe.
So your team is not going after it directly, we're outsourcing that.
It would be ones that they couldn't go after, we'd be able to go after for them. I'm not exactly sure how the Trax process works, but I know they're not attorneys, so that would not involve, having to take it to court for any mean or any purpose, but I'm not exactly sure what they would miss if it were to go after their state income taxes. What we would do is we would go after unpaid dues and then probably attach as a lien to their property taxes.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure which ones Track can hit and cannot hit, but the ones that they couldn't would be ones that the legal could go after at that point in time. Trax is, and again, I don't want to speak on Kevin's behalf, but I believe it's at zero cost to the county as well. It's just a service provided by AICs. I don't know if it's a company
The
within them or
contingent, they'll
something.
take a piece of whatever they collect, correct?
I assume so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, again, we're trying to find $13 million at a minimum, but if we can collect some of that money in fiscal '26, that helps us
Yeah.
reduce what we have to
And-
find to balance the budget.
Correct, and I would say too, just this past year, we've, in lawsuits that we believe are frivolous, we have received judgments for attorney's fees that we are in the process of collecting. As you probably can understand and imagine, that takes a while for it to move through the courts to get to the point where we can actually go collect it. That's something we've never done. In addition to working with Stephen Rushworth and his team too, we track our internal attorneys' hours, and that goes against our self-insured, our SIR amount too, so that's less money coming out of the county's pockets and more being covered by our carriers at that point in time too. So we are taking proactive measures to find those areas that would help reduce the expense that are associated with our attorneys and our support staff.
So should we count on any of that money in '26?
Which ones, but all,
Especially the last 2 years, because when Kevin and I talked, it hadn't been touched for the last couple of years. There's some fresh, million plus of fresh money. Can we count on any of that money getting collected to help offset our budget deficit in 2026?
I would assume so, Councilmember, but I think Kevin might know a little bit better, because I'm just not as familiar with the tracks. He had that approved at the commissioners meeting at the last meeting, I believe it was last meeting.
Again, though, I think from a standpoint, if you're talking about tracks, that's against monies coming from the state. So in other words, if I have a tax refund, the state attaches it and then sends it back. If we're talking about collecting through the courts, then you're going to have to go ahead and determine whether there is a constitutional, if the person cannot pay, you cannot go ahead and enforce that against them. So that would have to be a court determination.
And Trax wouldn't.
Tracks, because they have the money there, they can put a lien on it or attach it. If you're saying out of that group, and I don't know how big of the group of it is, if they're saying that the fees are X, the person would always have the right to go back to the court to say, I cannot constitutionally pay this. And at that point, the court should, I think there's a case that would say that the court should just waive those fees. So
There's a high probability, yes, sir.
At least it would clean up the record.
Oh, completely.
Yeah.
I have one final question related to the fleet manager, just as a thought. I know it was mentioned with Anna, hopefully, fingers crossed, passing the bar, and if so, could be slotted into this attorney position. With her role, knowing that a multitude of what she's been doing since inception of that role was creating procurement policies and whatnot, really building out the infrastructure, could the person that potentially takes her position, the procurement position, also maintain or manage fleet?
That's an excellent question, and Councilwoman Masamani, I know you and I have talked about that too, because since the inception of the procurement director position, it has been a very heavy lift since a lot of this stuff is non-existent that they're trying to put in place. With Stephen Rushworth and I, we've discussed it, that the next procurement director, their duties may not be as robust as what Anna is doing right now, since the policies, practices, and procedures will be in place. It'd just be more making sure that someone's, to kind of make sure the trains leave on time.
Which is really what we want done on the fleet side. right?
Absolutely, so
you
that-
combine that, and then the salary may stay the same, you have Weston, analyze
I think
it.
that's something that I would say that if they can't handle the full amount, they would be able to handle a substantial amount too. I haven't considered that, so that's a really good consideration. I just know that the front end of it, or the new procurement director, fingers crossed, their responsibilities would be far drastically different or less than what Anna's doing now, so they would have that capability, or they have that capacity to take on more with that stuff too. And so maybe that's something too, where once we get the fleet management, process or practices in place, then it's more just everyday monitoring and whatnot. But I think there'll still be a lift on that one too, but I think that's something we can work through.
I just have a couple more.
Yep.
The duplication, we have a line item for mother of pearls for $216,000, and you're asking for the 2 new positions. Isn't this an either-or situation?
Correct?
So the 216, if we approve the 2 positions, the 216 would go away?
Yes.
And if we don't approve the 2 positions, the 216 stays?
Yes.
Question mark?
Yes.
Okay. The other question is on the $240,000 contract, and everybody I ever talked to loves Dan Stevens. This is not personal at all. What's the $240,000 contract to Dan Stevens for?
He is managing several projects for the county. In addition to that, he provides all kinds of service, frankly, that I can't keep up with. So he's appointed by the commissioners, he answers the commissioners and to me, and he is knee-deep involved in several of these projects, to include the expansion, the training facility.
Mike, I could probably shed some light on that.
Yeah.
Because he sits in the major projects, meaning he's basically acting as an owner's representative, so that Steve can focus on facilities and other smaller projects.
Right.
So he's taken on the responsibility of managing the contracts on behalf of the county for those big expansion projects.
Gotcha. Okay.
The question I have is that, but can that money be pulled out of the project costs as a direct project expense? So there must work with the bond.
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's a very good.
Legally, I'd have to defer to Connor.
I apologize, Councilman Alexander, what was the question?
Can owner's representation costs come direct? Can they come out of the bond costs? They come out of the bond, right?
Yes, it can. It would be similar, you would just want to make sure that so it's not a cost of issuance, but it could be considered part of the project budget. So that's something you just want to account for, and if you're going to spread it out over many projects, that's something you just want to make sure that whatever dollar amount's appropriate or proportion to that is.
And the question then comes is is he paid for on a monthly basis at a set fee, or is it project by project?
The current one? It is a monthly fee set, and essentially it covers all capital projects at this point in time.
So
I just have a problem with this. $250,000 and you're gonna be our front man. There's not enough oversight.
Is he working
I'm unhappy.
40 hours
I
a
like
week?
Dan,
I think that, 40 hours, I think the average, I would say the 37 and a half, I think he's doing that. I know some weeks it's quite a bit, and I think unfortunately it's to deal with, myself, Steve Wood, and Mike Hubs more than any human probably wants to have to work with us. But there are weeks where it may not be as much, but again, over the average amount, I think it's pretty close to a full-time position. And, the amount of kind of just this position does is, rather important. I invite any of you to sit through the meetings with, whether it's Mike and Steve and myself too. there are things, I mean, there are quite a bit of capital projects going on that are more than us, than we can handle, and, you know, the current person that we have in that position is able to, you know, he touched on legal, doesn't provide a legal opinion, obviously, but he can touch on the finance, he can touch on the construction, he can touch on the administrative management. So it is a nice kind of jack of all trades that we can plug in for us when, you know, at some point in time, you know, I may not be able to join a meeting because of some other, you know, circumstance, or Mike has to go do something too. And so he does add that value as well, as in addition to being able to lead the conversation when he's normally set for a part of that.
Well, that would make him the highest paid county employee, wouldn't it?
I think when they look at owner's rep, and Councilman Alexander, you know this better than I do, but typical owner's reps, they look at their fee based on 8% of the projects that they're working through. Is that correct?
I don't want to give away the secret sauce.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, understandable.
But the reality is, it's generally runs between 1 and 2% of the total project cost, what you would spend on an owner's representative for. That being said, these bigger projects can bring that down much lower. When I put together fee proposals for clients that I work on, I will do it as a how much hours I'm going to spend per week, and you just aggregate that over time. And the interesting thing is it adds up to about 1% of project costs. So I mean, that's what you would typically spend. And for the kind of things that they do behind the scenes, I mean, sitting in meetings is one thing, but it's the answering the phone, it's the answering questions when they come up, it's knowing who to call at the county to make sure that a decision is made quickly so that we can maintain progress in the field or in design. It's reviewing submittals. There's a numerous amount of activities that they do, including reviewing the pay applications as they come in to make sure that the county's not overspending on costs, reviewing change orders so as they come in, working with the designers on that as well. It is on these big projects, it can be a very voluminous amount of materials that you're going through on a monthly basis, just reviewing that material. I mean, just reviewing just the cost aspects of it. I would say that it would be much better to change that contract to be a per project, so that we can actually see the hours that are going towards each project, and then it could also be potentially paid for out of the bond costs.
And if that would be changed, that would give you the oversight that you're looking for.
Yes.
That's a good one. Any other questions or comments? Well, gentlemen, you are,
One comment, Steve reminded me too, so one of the things that our department is now doing as well, when there's a small claims matter, say someone, a car accident, they hit one of our rails on the highway or something like that, before that would be a cost that would just be eaten by Hamilton County. Now we follow up with all those miscellaneous small dollar items in small claims. I think we have a double-digit amount of small claims matters going right now for the county attorney's office to go reclaim those dollars that were previously just eaten costs by the county too. So again, just another idea or concept that the county legal department is going forward and trying to be proactive to offset our financial burden or impact, depending on which word you want to use, to the county.
I have one follow-up to my earlier one, which is if the intent of the legal person is to replace outsource, if you could identify those kind of contracts so that we could go and reduce them in the budgets as we look forward, if that's a conversation that we have tomorrow when we're doing our budget, that would help us understand the value of adding that person in the legal department.
I agree. I would say that the ones that are under the commissioner's purview, they have been part of the discussion very intimately for that, and so I would feel comfortable saying that they would be okay with that idea.
And that's the other ones that are board decisions by other folks.
And the other one's the airport one. That's the only one. But again, we can talk with Sam Sachs and
if you could identify those that way.
I don't know. Look, if you're a board and you hire a lawyer, you expect that lawyer to do your bidding. If the lawyer is paid by the commissioners, are they doing your bidding?
I don't.
I hate to say that the county there is paid by the county.
I don't know how much to that. I mean, the idea would be that the attorney has fiduciary interests owed to that board, commission, whatever. I think that with the idea with several attorneys that I think we diffused that issue by either having some kind of separation, if there were ever a chance or a time where the Drainage Board would have different interests from the Board of Commissioners, or the more likely one could be maybe the Airport Authority against the Commissioners. But again, when they're all appointed by the Commissioners, their budget's approved by this fiscal body, I can't imagine there's many times where that Airport Authority would, have a different aligned interest than the county. And if there are, we could have those separations internally so that those kind of communications are not intertwined whatsoever. And that is something that happens at larger law firms when they represent several people in a transaction or a matter. So I think we would implement similar practices here. Is that, I know I saw a reaction. I'm not sure if I answered your question satisfactory or not.
Well, it wasn't really a question, it was a statement, and I'm not convinced. Go ahead.
Any other
Well, what's the
comments?
board, I mean, this would be a question for the board, would they, I don't know.
When you hire an attorney, of course, you're married to one, so I guess that's different, but you kind of want them doing what you direct them to do, not what somebody else is directing them to do. Even if they're not in direct conflict, you'd like to think your attorney is looking out for the interest of that particular entity. And if you're paying the lawyer, somebody else is paying him, then you can only have one master.
The money comes from, I mean, I don't know if, like, saying the Airports Authority want.
It's in their budget.
But is that money that, I mean, I don't know, I'd have to, probably a very fine-tooth or fine-comb question with it, but is that money that comes from the airport's revenues specifically, or is that something, I mean, I don't know, is that general fund?
It's all mixed together.
So it's, I mean, it's the idea the money's still paying for the same attorney from the same spot, right? I think my predecessor always said that the client's the checkbook.
I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
Absolutely.
I mean, we could take, we have the airport, how many boards would this be affecting?
Drainage board,
Drainage board, airport, and,
Utility district.
so
Utilities.
we could.
And redevelopment commission too, I apologize.
We could leave
That's
that
not.
open. We could exempt them when we do this from those fees, and then any other.
but if you do, then you've just killed his cost savings.
Does the Parks Board have their own attorney?
I believe they do, and I'm not familiar,
Yes,
and I missed one redevelopment commission too, which is about $36,000 a year, so it'd be in addition to that 140-something I mentioned earlier.
I just think if we could just get that list, that would help the conversation tomorrow when we're talking about opportunities.
Yep.
Thank you.
And before you two gentlemen go, I want to say you're both new to your roles in 2025, as am I as president, and I want to thank you for how easy and responsive and helpful you both have been in your roles to me
Yeah,
in
thank
my
you.
new role, and I really appreciate that. You are truly there as a team member, and I just give you great amount of gratitude for what you've done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll just say, I heard the same thing you all heard this morning from Mr. Reuter, and I'm here. I want to work with you all to get us through this, so please don't hesitate to get with me. I'm more than happy to work with Kelly, but I want to continue these conversations because I definitely think the partnership is the key, and we'll make it through it.
Real quick, just going back to the board, sorry to beat this, but I'm married to a lawyer, and then my only thought is knowing the ethics side of it, the ethical side, they're gonna be bound to what that board asks them to do, whether they work for the county or not. Once they're asking them, that's
That's true.
I know that we joke about
That is
attorneys,
true.
but
That
they are
is
gonna be
accurate.
bound to
I
the
wish we
legal
had our attorney.
ability.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would agree.
Attorney-client, yeah.
Okay.
Writes a check, it's their client.
Thank you, and thank you for letting us work with Chris Jeter on my side with a lot of things. It's been very helpful. I know Kelly's been very helpful with Mike too, so thank you for your guys' partnership as well. And thank you, Todd, and your team as well. It's been a breath of fresh air, so thank you all for everything.
Kudos to you, Mike, picking this up in the middle from Lee and
You're-
moving
you're-
this forward.
Your job can't be easy.
Mad props, man, mad props.
Thank you, sir.
And at this time, it's almost 10:30, and we're going to take a break. How long do? 15 minutes. 15-minute break. We'll convene at 10:45.
No? I asked the question. But I want a 7. But I want a 7.
Yeah, right, no, I mean,
Lavender should too.
you know what I'm saying, it's just,
Robin and
So I don't think that's.
Well, you know what, I still think.
They want to know how much.
I will tell you that.
You're gonna want to vote this in this. Then I gotta get some more coffee.
Then after that.
And we're probably bigger than, maybe.
They have about 6,000, I think we
That's what I'm saying, change the definition, but that would
and it seemed to 1,000 for the first year. And then that.
Well, that's too
So, right, but I just want, like, if they think they're gonna get 6.5 million, no. It's not at no cost. So they take, well, they take 20% off of it, right? They have to pay that. So that has to go, you have to just wipe out the rest of the debt. So once that, like, you can't continue to try to collect that 20%. Another thing
on
is,
small projects, it goes.
if they find a match, that they're going to take somebody's money,
But I will say,
we have to
there's a
pay
lot.
$3 per letter.
Oh,
That goes out.
well, that should be part of the 20%.
I would, but, so there is a cost that's associated with it. So 20% gets
So
one way.
it's a $20 fee that they didn't.
They wouldn't even take anything over $50 or under $50. So if somebody owed $50, they wouldn't even take it. So, because they're gonna take, you know,
That's why I heard this grapevine that lies.
yeah. And I mean, everybody's state tax return is one.
I thought about it until you brought it up.
Yeah.
Especially when you're looking at that clientele.
The other thing is, we talk about the,
You know, like in the grand scheme of things. So I don't want you guys to get false hope. So I was like, I made my little notes, like, okay, I need to go. You're not gonna get much.
Next up is Community Corrections, Mr. Mullins.
Good morning, council.
Good morning.
First, I want to just thank you for your continued support of community corrections over the past several years, but also for your support you show me as I've transitioned into this role. It's been a whirlwind for sure. We've had a lot of initiatives that are going on right now, and I don't think we'd be anywhere near as far along as we are right now if it wasn't for your support, as well as the support of other department heads and elected officials that I've had the chance to work with. So to you, thank you, and to everyone else here who I've worked with, thank you as well. We did follow the instructions that were provided when we prepared our budget. Aside from general salary increases, the only other increases in our budget are for general service contracts, as well as some other maintenance areas, just simply as a cost of doing business. We are asking for 2 additional personnel. While on paper, it may appear that we're asking for 2 positions, in reality, we're looking for 1.5. We would be asking for 1 additional Pat B position, and then we would take an existing vacant Pat B position and convert that into the Pat C position. So that second position, what we're looking for is just the gap between an already funded Pat B and what a Pat C is. So that would help ease the overall cost associated with that transition.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You have a position now,
Correct.
and you want to raise it, but it already has benefits attached to it.
Correct.
So you want 1 new person?
Correct.
And a raise?
Correct.
Okay.
So the first position that we're requesting is that of an additional screening analyst. In the information that I provided to the council, you'll find 2 letters of support for that request. The first was a letter offering unanimous support from the judiciary, as well as a letter offering support from our local Justice Reinvestment Advisory Council. So evaluating individuals prior to placement with our department is essential to make sure that we are serving the appropriate individuals on the correct level of supervision in accordance with the grant requirements through the DOC's grant contract. That screening process ensures that we are targeting the right populations in residential work release as well as electronic monitoring. So doing so not only strengthens our ability to service the community, but it also positions us more favorably for future DOC grant requests. When the DOC released their grant award back in August, that was one of the things that they mentioned is how they made funding decisions was based on, are we serving our target populations effectively? So the screening analyst position is what really helps us identify the appropriate individuals to serve on those levels of supervision. And additionally, that position will help address the growing issue of jail overcrowding. Since our building opened in 2009, screening referrals have increased by more than 75%. And more recently, since 2021 alone, those referrals have risen by 41%. So this sharp increase has significantly impacted the overall workload for our existing screening analysts. It's also created a steady backlog of pending appointments. In the past, an individual could typically be evaluated within about 2 weeks after we receive a referral. Today, however, we're steadily scheduling people about 6 weeks out. So that delay presents multiple challenges for not only our department, but departments beyond ours. It disrupts court calendars, causing delays in proceedings. It also often results in individuals remaining incarcerated in the jail longer than they otherwise would have been. So the approval of an additional screening analyst will allow us to meet the growing demands of the local justice system while benefiting agencies and individuals beyond our own department. The second position that we're asking, this is the one that would be converted from an existing and having a raise applied to that, would be of an additional program team leader position. This individual would oversee professional staff delivering case management services to our participants. Currently, we have 1 program team leader, and they are responsible for the oversight of 18 direct reports who provide those professional services. This span of control far exceeds the best practices established by both the National Institute of Corrections as well as the American Probation and Parole Association, both agencies who recommend a span of control of anywhere between 5 to no more than 8 direct reports. So currently, we're operating at more than double the standard best practices. Having such a large span of control creates a number of challenges. It limits the amount of meaningful interactions for supervision, coaching, professional development for staff. It also reduces our ability to ensure quality service delivery. It also increases the likelihood of oversight gaps and creates some unnecessary stress for both the supervisor and the line staff that they supervise. These challenges can also directly affect participant outcomes and then also our overall effectiveness of our programs in general. This needs further underscored by the fact that our participant population has grown significantly in recent years. Since 2021, our population has increased 34%, and that trend is likely to continue. Looking ahead, this demand will only grow as Hamilton County is prepared to bring on 2 additional superior courts slated to go online in January of 2027. With more courts in place, we anticipate higher referral numbers, further underscoring the need for strengthened supervisory capacity within our department. I would also like to note the Council's recent approval of the conceptual design plans for the expansion of our 3rd floor. By adding the additional program team leader position now, we'll be better positioned to absorb the increased workload that will come with future population growth. But just as importantly, if not more importantly, it will allow us to bring our supervisory structure in line with best practices today. I also think it's important to note that the last time our department came before the council and asked for additional positions was in 2021. And at that time, we asked for 2 additional living unit coordinator team leader positions. And those positions have really nothing to do with the 2 that I'm talking about today. In fact, since our building was opened in 2009, we've added positions in every area of our operations, with the exception of our program team leader and our screening analyst. We've added living unit coordinators, field officers, case management staff. We've even added another director position. But the 2 positions, the screening analyst and our program team leader, are still operating at that 2009 staffing level. So with that, I will reserve time for any questions that you might have.
You guys got anybody driving company vehicles home?
No.
Any other comments, questions?
Out of your personnel services budget, do you have a percentage on overtime because when you add up all your 1,000 line items for personnel services, it becomes a bigger and bigger number. Part of what I'm trying to do is justification, Kevin. So if you can help the council understand how much of that budget is overtime versus what we're paying just in straight time for people.
Well, we'll see increases in our overtime budget just simply because we have several of our positions operate on an 84-hour. We have our living unit coordinators, they're built in 4 hours of overtime every single pay period. Also with our field officers, they're required to respond to after-hours alerts by statute. We have specific timeframes that we have to respond to specific alerts. And as salary increases go up over the years, so does that hourly overtime rate. So we are expecting to see an increase in our overtime rate as well. As far as the percentage goes, I can get those specific numbers to you as far as what that breaks down as far as overall 1,000 series. But I don't know that off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, I would appreciate knowing
Sure.
that. Second question is, you and I met, thank you for taking the time to meet. The $6.5 million sounds like we made some progress, that we're moving on finding a way to collect that. Mm-hmm. Could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, so and that's one of the areas we focused on is recovering some delinquent debts. In May of 2023, we were advised by our collections company that we were using at the time that they were no longer going to be accepting our accounts. We just weren't profitable for them. So that left us without any type of mechanism for pursuing bad debts that were owed to our program. So in February of this year, we made it a priority of our board meeting, and it's actually been a topic of discussion in a majority of the Community Corrections Advisory Board meetings this year, to identify a new method and a new mechanism. So I'm happy to share that we have, after a lot of conversations with different collections agencies, other community corrections directors across the state, we've entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Association of Indiana Counties TREX programs. It's the Tax Refund Exchange and Compliance System. I got it. I usually mess that up. So, what that does is it allows us to partner directly with the State Department of Revenue, and so it allows us to intercept state income tax refunds from individuals who have a bad debt to us. So there is no cost associated to us for the use of that program. Another huge benefit that program will bring as opposed to a traditional collections agency is that a traditional collections agency would tack 25, 30+% onto whatever that debt is that they're trying to collect. Trex will add a $20 administrative fee, and then they take on a 10%, essentially the processing fee on top of that. So it's much cheaper. It won't add more to the debt for a participant. But also, Trex does not report individuals to credit bureaus. So traditionally, when we had individuals who we'd have under our supervision, and then we would be transitioning them out into the community, right behind that, we'd be sending them to collections. And then there's an immediate hit as far as a delinquency on their credit report, which housing is a huge issue for us. So we're setting people up, in a way, almost setting them up for failure when we're setting them out the door and then saying, well, good luck getting housing. So Trex does not report individuals to credit bureaus, so it will allow them to ease that burden with finding housing upon discharge from our supervision.
So just so I can understand, so the 10%, is that added on to the debt that we're collecting? So the person that's owing that is the one that is having to pay for that?
Correct.
Okay.
As opposed to like a 30% from a traditional collections agency.
I didn't realize that we were added like that. I always thought when you hire some debt collector, it's like the debtor basically get the one taking the hit.
What's the plan to do with the balance of those that we're not able to collect through Trex?
That's to be determined right now. This is our first step was getting something in place. We haven't had anything in place for the past 2+ years. So our bad debt collection has been zero. With the exception, so now anything is going to be a net positive for us at this point. So then we can start to look at those older debts. So that $6.5 million, that number that you mentioned earlier, that dates back to 1998.
Yep.
So some of the enforceability, who knows? That's for the legal folks to determine. But what we've seen just in the past 2 years since we have not had a collections agency, we've seen north of 675 accounts total. And that's typically we'd see that in about a 4-year span. So we've seen a significant uptick in the number of bad debt accounts since we have not had a collections agency.
So I'd appreciate getting looped in once you make a decision on what you're going to do to collect the rest of it as well.
Absolutely.
Did you make any progress on public safety lit funding for some of the monitoring services?
We've initiated those conversations to see what might be available. I don't have anything to report right now, though, but those conversations have been started.
Same request. Anything that can relieve the general fund. If it can go to public safety lit, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
You've been doing a great job in your first few months.
Thank you.
Good job.
I wish I could take the credit. It's everyone back at the office. They carry the weight every day.
Thank you. Next is Coroner, Mr. Jellison.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before I get started, we are not asking for any additional staff members. We have no significant projects planned for 2026, and we do have people that take vehicles home. So I think when you look at our 2026 budget, it's important to understand the accomplishments and the direction that 2025 is taking us. This year, we were able to achieve our international accreditation. We're the only coroner's office in the state of Indiana that holds that accreditation, and one of only about 50 in the nation. So that accreditation really speaks for the operation and performance of the coroner's office. So far this year, we have had 3 deputy coroners receive national certification through the American Board of Medical Death Investigators. This is unprecedented across the state. There is no coroner's office that has the number of deputy coroners nationally certified than we do. We have implemented an in-house toxicology program where we are now able to produce toxicology results within about 90 minutes. This enables us to reduce the number of autopsies we're conducting and share real-time data with law enforcement and stakeholders in death investigations. We are just now in the process of implementing an in-house x-ray program. Again, that is a huge cost savings for our coroner's office, where we no longer will have to outsource that service, and we'll be able to perform them right in our office. And again, because we're able to do those pretty much in real time, we're able to mitigate some autopsy expenses that we would normally encounter. This year, we really were significantly challenged with our morgue. We are very quickly running out of space with our caseload increase. Right now, we're looking at about a 22% caseload increase over last year. Obviously, that's more decedents, and more decedents you have to store. So we're able to make some changes within our morgue to create some a little bit more additional space that allows us to better process our autopsies in a safer manner. So we're able to increase some space inside of our cooler, and then also increase some work area inside of our morgue suite. The Fox Hollow investigation is continuing, and we're making steady progress in identifying those remains. I think that the biggest challenges that my office faces right now is facility, where we have outgrown our office, and it appears, though, that we have a solution on the horizon for that. The other biggest challenge is a forensic pathologist. I mean, half of our budget almost is being paid to forensic pathologists to conduct autopsies. Last year, when I stood in front of you, I reported that we had about 600 board-certified 600 board-certified forensic pathologists. That number now is being reported at about 550. So these people understand that they are in high demand. Their prices are increasing every year. The only other piece to my budget request reclassification of some of my employees that have really one employee taking on a completely different role in our office. And then the other reclassification goes to kind of equitizing the salaries of our deputies.
Anyone have any questions or? I have a question. The forensic pathologist, while ideally it would be great to hire our own because it'd be cheaper, is it possible, or could you recruit and?
I mean, that's something that I've always had my ear from day one of me holding this office, is had my ear to in locating that person. But when you figure there's only 550 nationwide, serving about 2,400 death investigation agencies throughout the country, that's a challenge. When I've spoke to these people that have an interest, they realize they can run their own business and they can travel county to county and make much more than what we would be able to pay them. So it is a challenge. It's a challenge that I fully look forward to fixing at some point. It's just not there yet.
Has there ever been like a cooperation agreement between you and Riverview in their pathology department?
So Riverview does not have a forensic pathologist. They have a pathology department, and it's my understanding that they contract most of that work out to some of the private firms.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Have a good day.
Next is council. It's our budget. Kelly, will you be able to speak to it?
All right, Kelly.
So looking at last year's budget, and comparing it to this year, so personnel is going to be the only thing that significantly changed. And that's because of the addition of my position. So that's the difference in the salary line. We were able to reduce some of our training and operating supplies, and I reduced those by $6,750. We are also looking into some of our advertising and the costs associated with that. So that's an additional $7,200, but that's still seeing what our requirements are there.
Thank you. Anyone have any comments? I know we've been communicating via email and phone calls.
One thing to note, when we gave budget instructions related to the salary movement, on our payroll projection worksheet, it indicates basically moving a banding level, right? But I don't know that we talked about elected officials, because if you remember, those are typically outside of what we do. So did we discuss a percent across the board for elected officials? I just want to make sure, since we're looking at this worksheet, if you look at our payroll projection worksheet, it goes from the current and you see an adjustment. And so if our intent was not to follow, which we've never done before, does that make sense what I'm stating?
Historically, commissioners get the average of what the increase is for average across the board, and we get half of what.
Well, that shifted when we started doing some analysis, because we had some larger increases. So when you actually take the aggregate of it, it was much higher than what we would have given. So we had capped it at 5%. At the high level. I mean, that was the high.
But I'm thinking this year, we're closer to 2 or 3, aren't we?
That's what my assumption would be, yes.
Yeah.
But as we've gone through, and I apologize, I didn't bring it up before, but with the auditor, for example, I'm not sure if the salary level there, and I can go back and look, we would have moved 2 bandings. We don't move bands for elected officials.
No.
So there's some calculations that will have to be readdressed.
And before going, and then you're right, I've always said it before, we should just give state salary we were elected at, but that's either here or there. I just want to say, the addition of Kelly, I don't know how you all feel, but it's been a huge benefit for the information gathering, capturing, doing all the things, especially in this the transition that we've had with leadership. I'm really happy with that, so thank you for everything you're doing.
What do you suggest?
I think it's something we can obviously talk about when we go through and have our chats over all the things. We just need to make sure that those that are elected, that we address each individual, so the assessor, the auditor, as far as who we've talked to thus far. We need to address that those, that it's all equal across the board on what we decide for an elected official.
Okay. No, I don't have any problem with that.
It's gonna affect those numbers for each person. Or each department, rather. So that was my only comment on that.
Okay.
And yes, Kelly, thank you very much. It has, the information that has massively, and to Sue too. I mean,
absolutely.
It's been good. That's all, just wanting to put that on your radar.
Thank you, thanks. Next up is Judicial Services, Ms. Eklund.
Good morning. First, I wanted to start off by saying thank you for your support of the courts. I know we're the source of a lot of change in this year and next year. As we look ahead, we added 2 magistrates and their accompanying staff this year, and then in 2027, we will be getting 2 new courts, of course. So that will be 2 new judges and their accompanying staff. Wanted to talk about we're only seeking an increase in the projected payroll salaries. So that was that. For the 2000 series, we have a total increase of about 10%. Our caseload has gone up this year about 4%. We project it by the end of the year to be about 7%. And then with our 2 new judicial officers added to the bench, that is a 15% increase in our judicial officers and about a 2% increase in our staff for, with their additions. So just office supplies, food, dues, lodging, subscriptions, books, jury expenses just go up. We adjust them for inflation and then for the addition of the additional employees that we have. Our biggest challenge or issue that we work through every year really is in our professional services. The public defenders have been harder and harder and harder to recruit. And part of the reason for that is some of the neighboring counties are offering health insurance and PERF to public defenders. And so they're going to the neighboring counties. And so we're having a hard time recruiting them. Also, the hourly wage compared to what you could make as a private attorney versus a public defender, there's a huge gap in that too. So we did ask for an increase in our public defender expenses. Interpreters. The state of Indiana stopped taking on paying for language line for the courts. We estimated that to be about $50,000, so we had to add that in. The state of Indiana used to cover that for the courts, and they no longer do. And they announced that in June. And then interpreter costs, we're seeing more interpreters. We see about 20% more every year in need and cost for interpreters. Just to give you some perspective, when we started doing our interpreter scheduling a little bit differently, starting the second quarter of this year. And at that time, we looked at the languages that were spoken in the last year in the courts, and that was about 25 different languages that come before us in the courts. And then since the second quarter, end of first quarter was when we looked at that. Since the second quarter, we've added 7 languages. A lot of them are what we would classify as rare languages. So we have to go to a rare language provider who can source those, because some of them, for one example I can give you is there is a dialect that is spoken only in certain regions of Mexico, and the defendant that we had spoke this dialect. So we had to source it from a rare language interpreter firm. And so those charges are typically significantly more than what our other interpreters charge. Expert witnesses and transcript fees, we are seeing an increase from our public defenders in the need for expert witnesses. One of the reasons that the judges identified is they are seeing more and more cell phones being seized from, I guess they're not defendants at that point, but suspects or what have you. And then in return, the public defender has to come in and analyze that data and needs an expert to do that. So we're having the county or the courts are having to pay for those fees. And then transcript fees are set to go up about 20% here fairly soon. And just that's in what we pay in the transcript paper page. It's going to go up 20%. And then the need for the transcripts is going up as the caseload goes up. Mileage, travel, and postage, about 20%. We have, like I said, we have 15% addition to our judiciary. There's more trainings, which is great. And C.J. Miller, the director of probation, pretrial. He's here and he can talk about there's going to be additional trainings for the pretrial staff, which is beneficial. And then the Indiana Supreme Court is going to be offering for the first time a new court employee training next year. There's been a big demand about that from judges across the state to train the new court employees in uniform ways to do things, and so we're going to be sending several staff, probably up to 15 staff to that, new court staff. We've had a lot of new court staff come on in the last 5 years since I've been here, and that's been true this year as well. For the 4,000 capital outlays, we are having to use with the new judicial officers, and then certainly as we look ahead to 2027, we're having to use the smaller hearing rooms, which are 3A and 3B and 2A and 2B. We're having to use those a lot more. The furniture in there that was somewhat where people would put the furniture they retired into that room. And so the furniture in there is just not in good shape, so we anticipate having to replace that. Same with the bench chairs. They just haven't been used a whole lot because they are so small and only hold about 4 or 5 people. And then with new judicial officers and staff coming on, we've had to purchase furniture, and we're going to have to purchase furniture, certainly looking in advance of 2027, because they will be coming on then. And then in the 6,000 series, and I talked to Jason about this on Friday, we are seeking a total of $1,993,436. How that's broken down is the guardian ad litem is seeking an increase. They want to go to $495,500. Guardian ad litem is seeing an increase in cases that they're being assigned to. They were even assigned to a criminal matter. They're seeing an increase there. And more than that, with more judicial officers, hearings are being held at the same time now that maybe would have been held not at the same time earlier, prior. And so guardian ad litem only has 2 staff attorneys right now, and they would like to add a staff attorney to be able to cover. A guardian ad litem staff attorney has to be present anytime a guardian ad litem testifies. So they would like to add a staff attorney to cover that. The program also uses advertising to get out the message and seek volunteers. They're always in need of volunteers. So they use web advertising. They do a PSA that airs on streaming networks and then in movie theaters, and to attract volunteers for their program. And then the Indiana Supreme Court recently, at the beginning of this year, the guardian ad litems must be on a registry, and there are registry requirements, including educational requirements, that were not there before. And so they are having to do trainings that they did not have to do in the past because the requirement wasn't there. And then finally, staffing, with an increase in cases and an increase in required reports and an increase for them in appointments. They're being appointed in more cases as well. And so with that increase, she also would like to seek additional staff to make sure that the cases are documented, court filings are made, and other things that staff members can do. And so just making sure that her staffing numbers are appropriate and that they can meet their advocate role in the system. And I think that was all I had, if anybody has any questions.
I have a couple. So just going back to the beginning of the documentation that you provided, under 1018 it says comment D. Is that correct that you have requested not to have that position included in this consideration?
Yeah, we are not requesting the new employee.
Okay. So, and then also on the same, it indicates on 1011 Pat B, pretrial services is no longer seeking a grant. So I know with pretrial, if you guys remember, there were a lot of grant funded, and I think we had said once they go away, and there was discussion over that. And so I'm just putting that on the radar that this grant, do you know why they're no longer seeking a grant?
CJ would have to speak to that. He's going to speak to that, and when I sit down, CJ's going to going to speak to that.
Okay.
So your department, Judicial Services, are not asking for new full-time employees?
We are not.
But with ad litem, are we looking at that all encompassing, right? So it would be
Staff
somewhat
attorney.
encompassing. And
Are
that
they,
you-
is that lumped in with Judicial?
it's all, well, this
It's all-
entire group is all
yeah, that-
lumped in, yes.
So
And
we'll
so,
have to wait for the next guy to see if he's asking for it.
is she here to talk about ad litem?
She's not, no.
Okay. So do you know the full amount when you said more for staff? I know you indicated X, I mean, we just don't have it.
Oh, right, sure.
Broken down as
Sure,
far as how
I
many
do.
people
I
she's
have
asking
those numbers. So currently, the contract attorney that she has currently is at $60,000. The support staff that she has is currently at $30,000. And then advertising is currently at $10,000.
When you mentioned Guardia ad litem, you indicated over $1 million in increases. So
Over, I only, when it,
I see like there was a request for 400 and I mean, it's just not, the specificity of it isn't really broken down. So when it was a little hard to follow along as far as what the request really is.
okay, so her request is she wants to be at $495,500. $495,500 is what she wants to be at.
That does not include the Viasa?
Oh, and Vasya, I'm
Vasya,
sorry,
thank you.
Vasya. I didn't talk about Vasya. Vasya is seeking an increase of $40,000. I didn't talk about the rest of that line item. Vasya is seeking an increase of $40,000. That should be budget neutral because the Hamilton County Academy is decreasing by $40,000. And then youth assistance is only seeking an increase in what the proposed salary schedule was. The part-time, what happened in the submittal was youth assistance didn't account for 27 pays for next year, and so it was higher. And then their part-time staff, plus the matching taxes, is $235,657. That's going to come out of 4918, which is cash reserves. And then, so that covers, right, the rest of the 6,100 line item, which they are lumped together on there.
So the $160,000 includes the $40,000 increase or doesn't include the $40,000 increase?
The 160 does include the $40,000 increase, yes, yes.
I think I think it was 100,000 and it was maybe, I interpreted $1 million, so that's, could have just been an error. Okay, so really, from an increase versus, yeah.
Yeah, with the reduction of the $40,000 out of the
1,000
academy.
series.
You took it from 140,000 to 100,000, correct?
Well, we took it from, where we took it from was the Northern Hamilton County Academy, which is in 3,500.
Yes.
And then we added it to Vasya, which is in the 6,100.
Right, poorly asked question, sorry. So last year, how much did we fund for the Northern Hamilton County Academy?
We funded $120,000 for $140,000 for the Hamilton County Academy.
All right, so the $40,000 difference is accounted for there.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a solution long-term for the public defenders to figure out a way to get them benefits or part of PERF so we can be competitive with the other counties?
Well, I mean, we've talked about several solutions internally, whether that be, and I don't know if one of our judges wants to speak to that, but we talked about different solutions. We're exploring different options. We want to talk to the counties that are where our public defenders are going and seeing what they're doing, and seeing how they're doing it and what options they can provide to us.
Will they share that information?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we hope so.
Are they adding bodies or not?
Well, that's what.
Well, there's one in the gap.
They're adding contract attorneys, but that doesn't affect the overall, our body count. With the exception that there will be a reduction to their overall budget because they've removed the request for that pad.
For that one, right.
Okay.
But they are adding a staff attorney for the guardian ad litem.
So that's one.
It's
Well-
buried inside that budget, it's not.
But
a-
it's
It's a contract employee.
That's
or
how I'm
county
reading it.
employee.
Contract employee, contract.
Right,
They don't count.
So it's not the same there,
They don't
okay.
count in our body count.
So really, I mean, she went through youth assistance as well, and then there was a bit additional from
Okay.
pretrial, but I guess with pretrial, to have that question answered, it would be great if you could,
Well,
yeah, I mean,
you are decreasing, I thought, on one of the memos, like 325,000 in public defender's fees.
Yes, from what we request, from our request.
Right, you're reducing it.
Right, right.
but it doesn't
Because
change.
something wasn't going to be pursued or whatever.
Well,
for that.
what happened there was, we had anticipated, with one of the cases that is being litigated right now, we had anticipated a great need for public defender fees in that case for next year, and there was potentially a co-defendant, so we were anticipating ahead that we were gonna need that. If we don't need, if that does come to pass, then we'll come back and ask for that specific case.
Yeah, and that was the numbers that Mike gave, that was already reduced from that. Basically the number we needed to get rid of, because that was the one that he referenced, Kelly had found, the 325 along, it's not an additional 325,000 that'll be reduced from the number we need to get to, is what I was getting at, Steve.
Yep.
Can you have CJ come on?
Anything else, CJ? There it is.
Yes, to answer your question, first off, we are not asking for any additional people. The grants and that current employee in that one position, her position was placed in County General this year in 2025. However, we received $68,938 in grant funding, and her salary is $73,991. So we really, this year, in budget year 2025, we've only used a little over $5,000 of County General money towards her position. So there's been a savings there, so to speak, from the budget of this year. And so there was a grant not sought for her one final position for next year because of the cuts in grant funding that we've continued to see since 2022. Every year, I've added one more staff to County General you've allowed me to do that. And I will say that the DOC grants that I used to have two people in. I had one in the state Supreme Court grant, two in Department of Corrections grants. DOC cut, I believe it was about $7 million from their community supervision grants to agencies across the state for 2026. So they all pretrial, they're not funding any grant money for 2026 for pretrial services. So the Supreme Court is, I don't want to say scurrying, but they're trying to do what they can to help make up that deficit in that. I know that there were a lot of problem-solving courts and other programs and some reentries, I even think, that got hit as far as their grant funding. But when DOC had to cover that much money, those were where they made a lot of cuts, so obviously they wouldn't have to necessarily cut their own staff. And so there wouldn't have even been an option for me to seek further grant funding for us for next year. So when we started this, it was supposed to be about 5 years or so of money, and I was able to squeeze out almost 11 years of grant funds from them one way or the other. So thankfully with the council offsetting those the lessons 2022, but that's just where we're at this point.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
I wanted to add one thing that I received here this morning. Court 1 and Court 2 will be working with Steve Wood to redo some large areas in those courts as office space in ways that they aren't now. They're going to be working with Steve Wood, and Judge Brown said that for offices in the future, looking at the expansion and looking at the growth of the judiciary. And they will be coming back with Steve, working with Steve Wood and coming back and asking for that when that materializes.
Yeah, I've been waiting on that for a couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Segue to our next speaker, Mr. Wood. Thank you, Jill and CJ.
Yes, thank
Thank
you
you.
guys.
I know you have a long day ahead of you today. I do have increases in my budget. Obviously, we've opened up some new facilities, new fees in there. After talking, Mr. Hall and then also Sue Mackey sent an email. I'm meeting with the auditors all weekend. I worked on some possible cuts and reductions that may help towards some of the capital projects that you've been allowing me to do for the last few years. Also, in the line item of salaries, I do have one, it's 1029-000, roughly $79,000. That person's actually paid out of 911 funds, and it reimburses the county each year for that position. So that money, including for health benefits, everything is reimbursed by 911 each year.
So is that reflected in the?
No, it's not reflected in there. It just shows that we have a salary in there for that, but it does not show the reflection for that. Also, I'm requesting 2 new employees. The idea behind that was with the increased usage at the fairgrounds and plus with the bigger facility for soil and water weights and measures, HHW, there's an increase for that. After meeting and talking with supervisors, they feel that we can reduce that by 1, and we'll see how it goes. We'll keep using people from the jail facility and Judicial Center as needed for any of the big events or areas that happen. We've also been meeting with 4-H and asking them to look at each, instead of doing setups, that they have to hire somebody to do setups versus depending on our buildings and grounds to do it, right? It gets to be, if you guys set up 200 tables and tear them and have to have them tore down Sunday morning, it takes a lot of people to come in and do that. It would help with that reduction. Also, in line item 1140, reduction of $711,893, which is CUMCAP courthouse fund. That is reducing some of the projects that was slated. 1138, we identified $587,011, which these are projects that need to be done at some point, but they're not a necessity projects. They're things that are taking care of some issues that we will work around. So that is what I've come up with for reductions and the reasoning behind that. As we keep building buildings, I need everybody to realize, though, that we've got to add utilities, we've got to add manpower, there's things that's going to happen. Also, I did send you the letter where Duke is estimating an increase of $800,000 in electric utilities. I added roughly $100,000, a little over $100,000 to electric, the $163,000 to the utility budget. The reason for that, we don't have the $800,000 increase. The stuff that you've let us do, these high-efficient boilers, taking a building that was total electric to gas heat, has reduced these type of utilities. Our water usage on, and this is going to sound crazy, but the jail complex, we've changed how we do water usage for flushing toilets and back into the jail. The gallons of water usage has gone down because of the flush valves and stuff we put in. So these projects that you guys have been letting us do, we are seeing the cost benefits to that, along with we had some contract increases, but we've also seen the reduction in some areas as well. That helps us with reduce these projects and some of these projects. So, and if there's anything else you need me to cut, I'll look at it again. Brad, we remember the first time I came back was Mr. Beaver came and said we need to cut $1.5 million, and I just started and we cut $1.5 million and 4 employees, and it was a little tight for a few years. But I really appreciate what you've done for us over the last few years, getting this stuff done and getting these things modernized.
Steve, can you go back over those 2 cuts you talked about? One was in CUMCAP.
One Cum Courthouse Fund was $711,893.
Cum Courthouse was what?
$711,893.
What was the other one?
Cum Cap 1138, $587,011.
Cum Cap.
Yeah, it's going to be 1138.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Because your projection worksheet was a little different than some of the others.
Correct.
So I noticed 20 maybe-ish plus, you adjusted them more than from a level perspective.
Correct. So here's the problem. I've got a lot of people leaving. I'm hiring new people, right? So if you look at some of my line items, some of those people are going to get $800 raise or $600 raise a year. These people work weekends, holidays, I'm going to hear overtime, but a lot of these people I have them take off through the week, trying not to get as much overtime off, right? So anything you're not aware of what happened Saturday. We had some people come in and decide to go on the top floor of the parking garage and hang over and paint on the walls. Right? So I was in for 4 hours. I had other people in here too, and we're working on getting that taken care of. Or we've had it, water line let loose. I got people now that we have them walk every building on the weekends, right? So for me, that's the reason for those line items. Because it wasn't everybody, but it was people that are doing those jobs that are coming in for that, right? I have 4 people take home vehicles. It's strategic on the way they are. The one person, all supervisors, myself and my assistant.
How many do you get?
Just four people, right?
come
So
through?
then the one for the 911 does 911 stuff, lives in Fishers, he's by Fishers, he has his tools on his truck, it's there. And then myself and the assistant, and then one other supervisor maintains the jail complex. We get called in all the time, 24/7, right? And that's the reason for that.
Okay.
You have any other questions or anything else you want me to look at? You'll know I'll figure it out one way or another.
I'll catch up with you in
I know you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
a
you.
few hours.
All right, next, Mr. Mertens for ISS.
Good morning. We did have some fairly significant increases in the budget request that was submitted in June. One of the biggest items was for Microsoft licensing. We have been evaluating whether or not to move from our current licensing, which is called G3 licensing, primarily to a G5. The G5 provides enhanced cybersecurity and data governance components. I do think, based on the email that we received Friday, I think that we can postpone that. We will renew next year. We could renew at the existing level. I think that would, based on the estimate I have, I can't get a firm quote. I think we could reduce that line by approximately $350,000. Stay with G3. I did verify with the state that the state is going to continue to fund cybersecurity software that we have through next year. So we may have to look at 27 to add additional cybersecurity software back in if we choose not to stay, or if the state doesn't extend that funding any further. The total, just to give you an idea, the total amount that the state is funding is probably around $150,000 for us, for the cybersecurity software. We did request a hardware increase. There's a lot of uncertainty from the hardware vendors, Dell, Cisco, about what cost will be moving in to later this year, next year, just because of the components primarily come from overseas. There's uncertainty around the tariffs. So we requested a 20% increase for hardware. We do have a significant network project at the Sheriff's Office next year that we'll be undertaking. I plan to fund that primarily out of the non-reverting fund, but we still are going to have to buy desktops. We have servers that need to be replaced next year, storage that needs to be replaced out of the general fund. There is the procurement and legal area you'll see in the request, have a procurement project that's in there. So that represented a $120,000 approximately increase from another department, putting that software in our budget.
On
Yep.
that one specifically, is this through Workday?
It is not. They evaluated Workday and looked at the different options, and I think they decided that OpenGov was a better option for them.
And this is a project management software?
No, it's a procurement software. Yeah.
So the project management's something separate thing?
Well, Workday does have a procurement
And don't we already own
component,
it?
I think, right?
Yeah.
Do we have that?
We would have to buy additional licenses if we went with Workday. And I think it actually would have been more costly to go with Workday. There's some integrations that will have to be done from OpenGov to Workday. So there's a little bit of an unknown there, I believe, but I still think it would have been more costly to license everything we needed in the Workday product to get the functionality that Anna was looking for.
What happens if that gets pushed off a year?
That's a question for Anna and the legal department, I think, more so than
I don't
me.
think we want to push that off.
You're asking for 4 new full-time employees?
I did, and I went back and talked to staff about those. I think the lowest priority on those would be the PC communications tech. I think we could push that one off. We are seeing a higher number of requests than in any year past, and as population of employees expands, new buildings expand, we continue to get more requests. That requires more licensing, it requires more networking, more hardware. It's just a trickle-down effect of adding buildings and people in other areas.
So if you look at the 4 that you requested, would you, if you picked 2, the
Yeah.
web administrator, I know we've talked, would be
Yeah.
number 1 priority. Would then it be the applications administrator or the enterprise architect?
I think I think the web application, the web administrator is definitely the top priority. The applications administrator would be next. I do think the enterprise architect is important. I think what we've seen, and I view that position similar to the chief information security officer. They've really given us a holistic look at our cybersecurity footprint. And I think as we continue to add buildings, the new 911 center, the training center, the court expansion, I think having someone that really is focused on our architecture, on how we build things out in a consistent way, how we're integrating cloud systems with on-prem systems. I think that view is something we haven't really had in the past. I know Kevin spoke earlier about the assessment software. That's a software that's going to go from an on-prem system, if he moves that direction, to a hosted system. And so there will be integrations, though, with systems that we still have on-premise, our tax system. Having someone that can look at that from a higher level and not be someone that is sort of doing it on the side, but also having to build servers and networks and storage and the other things that we do, I think is a valuable position for the county.
So if, based on what we've heard thus far, we can reduce your request by $350,000 by
Yep.
not moving to G5.
Yep.
And in theory, that PC communications tech, you'd be willing to say we can forego that.
Yeah.
So whatever that savings is, at least to come off the.
I looked at I think the BL1 salary is around 65 to 68, somewhere in there, plus benefits would be that amount. I'm on the agenda also for Wednesday, the regular council meeting, for an additional. I spoke to you about the AV in this room as well as in conference room 1A was a project we were going to do next year. We've had significant problems in both areas, as you all are probably well aware. We are getting I'm waiting for a second quote for this room, but I think we should move that project up, which is why I'm on the council agenda for Wednesday. That amount could be reduced then next year out of the budget. That would be a combination of 3,500 and 4,500 line items.
Do we want to talk about non-reverting?
Yeah, so non-reverting, the ISS non-reverting fund currently has a balance of, I checked it this morning, $999,980. There may be some pennies in there, Adam, you might want to look at, but we have a request. We're currently doing a Wi-Fi project at the sheriff's office. We're going to deploy Wi-Fi. We have to update the access points there. We've done that in this building, in the historic court building, and some of the outbuildings. That project for the new Wi-Fi and new Wi-Fi controllers for that building, I plan to do out of non-reverting. That's $215,000 approximately. That will take that balance down to what, $700,000. The rest of the network project that's slated for the sheriff's office next year will pretty much deplete that non-reverting fund. The last time that had any money put into it by the council, I think was about 5.5 years ago. I think it'll be 6 years next year. So Just a heads up that,
Should ask last year.
well, yeah.
But it is something that we've continued to do, I mean, for many years, and so it is something to keep in the back of your mind that it will be gone.
That was in place, prior to my arrival even, so 15-plus years ago. And had been funded, I think when it was funded last, 5 to 6 years ago, I said I would not ask for any additional amount to that fund for at least 5 years, and so we've made that a reality.
How, council, is there a reason why we couldn't do improvements to the jail, the PSAP? I mean, that's, if that's security, if that's upgrades and Wi-Fi, things like that for public safety, isn't that something just?
I mean, that's definitely something I think we need to
Yeah, I mean-
have conversations about.
So the Wi-Fi, I know the RFID project that you've got in the sheriff's office now, and in some of the various areas, we're upgrading the Wi-Fi to help make sure that functions appropriately. So I don't know where that fits in, but yeah, all of the controllers and the APs are old enough that we're having to hold off on upgrading our existing controller because they won't support the devices that are that old. So once we get past the network upgrades next year at the sheriff's office, we're probably good on major network changes and upgrades for 7 years.
Next round of radios, when's that gonna be? That was, I think, when we had this conversation before, wasn't it? That just happened. Yeah. I think that was how we kind of started out with a huge hit. The Workday implementation, have you seen that have financial benefit as we put that out? I mean, originally, we were looking to try and implement a process where it took away some of the role responsibilities that were being touched by humans and doing that automated. Have you seen any of that implementation benefit?
So I know from the Workday perspective, the HR side of it really embraced Workday and the process changes that came with it. And I would have to believe that, at least from a hiring manager, it's completely streamlined that whole process of hiring someone. Like, everything is signed digitally, everything's done through Workday. I don't have to handle all the paper and the resumes that I used to have to handle. I think Adam, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think the auditor's office in general is looking at some additional process improvements that weren't done during implementation that I think will streamline things throughout the county if they're implemented.
Because I mean, as we were looking at this originally, it was my expectation that this would take away some job responsibilities that are currently being performed by humans, and be doing the software, which would free up space for them to take on other responsibilities, thus alleviating responsibility the need for adding people constantly. I don't know if that's happened.
Yeah, from the IT side, I know when I walk past Kelly, who handles all of our invoices and paying the bills, she indicates that it's much easier than it was before. And so, she's not overburdened with having to deal with that function in Workday. And I think the insight to budgeting is much better for the departments than it ever was before, at least for me.
So created efficiencies, and maybe down the road, there's discussion over, does some of the mundane tasks become automated? I think that's gonna be department by department at times, right? I mean, so that goes into more of a deeper dive analysis, kind of post-implementation on where things have shifted.
Well, as we keep seeing people added, it's like, okay, when are we not going to see the additions? Because the things are being.
I did hear AI mentioned earlier. I do think we are continuing to actively look at AI and how the county can leverage AI. I think we've got people that are going to go to the Workday conference. Workday has talked about the AI they're building into their system, which I think will give a more natural language interface to employees to say, can I see the report that would show me how much budget is in line, whatever. So that's coming. We have created an AI work group within IT. We are going to start actively advertising sort of a monthly AI meeting that employees can join to gather ideas about how that AI can help in their offices. We've seen legal utilizing Copilot, I think effectively. I think even elections, Beth has utilized it to help rewrite some of their poll worker instruction manuals in a much more user-friendly manner. We've enabled Copilot Chat, which is essentially a secure, more secured Chat GPT for all employees to use to help, whether it's summarizing documents or rewording emails or whatnot. The full Copilot is an expense to the county, so we haven't purchased a number of those licenses, but we do have some. Those are much more powerful. They integrate with all the Word Office applications, but I think there's opportunities within offices there as well. I do think it really helps kind of free time up. I mean, when you learn how to use it, and what we need to do is really start to deploy the education so that employees understand how they can leverage Copilot Chat.
One thing that I did not bring up when the courts were in here was when she was talking about translation services. And I know that AI is getting to the point you hear, you can just put an earpiece and it does real-time translation to whoever is talking. I know that we're not at that point, or the AI is not to that point yet that we'd want to adopt it. But if you can keep since you're in that world,
yeah.
When it gets to that point that the courts need to look at that as a possibility for translation.
Yeah, and I know there's some states that have used translations within the courts for documents. So if they have a unique language come in and a document needs to be translated, they can utilize AI to help translate that document into the dialect that's needed, instead of having to pay someone to interpret that document.
Anything else? Thank you so very much.
Thanks, Chris.
One other thing, Steve Nation, I just forwarded you an email this morning. You had asked about with the additional courts. Again, that creates unique challenges for the scheduling of the judges. So we have been working with an outside company to help develop an automated scheduling application similar to what Marion County does with feeds coming from Odyssey on a regular basis to schedule those courtrooms. We got a quote back and a statement of work for that. And if we need to get started on that, which I think the judges would like us to start developing that application, that is in your inbox, so you can kind of review that amount. At a minimum, I think that's approximately $100,000. They have a couple of additional phases that we could add on that total another 30 or so, I think.
Thank you so much. Next is emergency operations. Chad.
Good morning, council.
Good morning.
Wanted to first of all say thank you for your patience this year in the reorganization and redevelopment of establishment of the Emergency Operations Department coming from Emergency Management and Public Safety Communications. Also want to say a big thank you to Jason, Adam, and Todd for your hard work in bringing two very disparate, complex budgets together into one. As I said, we've brought the two departments together as well as our newly formed Public Safety Training Facility into one emergency operations. So you have three public safety entities brought from separate budgets, separate management systems into one organizational structure and one operational budget, which created many efficiencies which were timely coming into this budget year with Senate Bill 1 and all of the news we heard earlier. And the savings were realized, and we were able to actually make some significant steps towards that. We're going to do a tag team today for the presentation because the budget is so complex. I've got our CFO, Brian Bethel, here, and I wanted to publicly thank him for being the nuts and bolts behind pulling our two budgets together and making them make sense. and making them legal. So thank you, Brian, for that. And he will talk through our budget and be able to answer those questions about funds and fund numbers and where some of those efficiencies were, and I'll be able to answer any of the operational questions and the efficiencies there where we're able to combine forces and actually look forward into the future on what positions we can combine for more efficiency and effectiveness in that manner. Brian?
Good morning. So real quickly, I just want to make sure that everybody has the most updated packet. When we went back and all of this was occurring, we had made an original submission of 2 separate budgets. And then once we were able to identify the auditor's office and council was able to get the merge accomplished, wanted to make sure that we got a new packet out to everybody that had combined everything in it. The big important thing that I want to point out there is that by making this combination, we have now effectively taken all of our requests for funding away from general fund. This entire budget is now fully funded out of either EMA separate standalone funds, the state 911 fund, or the state PSAP lit fund. So all of our funding now, we've basically, communications has been separate from general fund for several years now, but what we've been able to do this year was we've been able to integrate emergency management into the PSAP lit as well. So through payroll and then operating expenses, we were able to free up $1,173,885.03 from general fund. So that is a cost savings to you that is not going to have to come out of general fund anymore. And what that does is that moves the payroll for EMA over to the PSAP lit fund. Now there's state 911 money that comes in, but the amount of money that comes in basically just funds our dispatchers. So the rest of that is supplemented by the PSAP lit fund for payroll and then our operating expenses. Going through that in the packet, I identified some of our requests for this year. So our actual operational budget request for this year for communications actually went up a little bit. It went up a small amount because of the transition for our bond payment. So last year, or this current year, for our bond payment, we were making an interest-only payment. In 2026, our bond payment has to adjust to now making a principal and an interest payment. So our bond payment increased quite a bit, and that is in the packet. I want to say it's an extra $4 million or so that we had to go up. But we actually reduced our requested budget down by a small amount. It was not enough to offset that balance, but I think our budget went up somewhere around $700,000, I believe, is what it went up. But at any rate, we were able to free up all of that money and then support our bond payment, support all of our current initiatives, and now support emergency management operation costs as well. That does include one requested position for EMA. But again, now this is not a general fund position, this would be a lit position. Public Safety Communications is not requesting any new staffing for the year, but EMA does have a request for 1 personnel, and that also is in the packet. I think that covers all of the big numbers. At the back of the packet that you have, I did include some of the bond payments for the next handful of years. We are currently paying bond payments for both the new radio system and the new building. Starting in 2031, I believe, is when the radios will actually be paid off. So that's when the bond payment drops back down. And I only put the 25 through 30 in the packet. But you can see what those dollar values are. But then in 2031, they're going to come back down because we won't be making radio payments anymore. With that, if there's any questions.
The reductions that he's speaking of, Mike has already hooked them into.
Yeah. This is a question maybe for Larkin. With the public, with the dispatchers, we were in dire need for a while, as the whole industry was. How are we looking at, I know you hired people to be on reserve, so to speak, or how's that going?
It's going well. We actually have a process open now, and with the hiring of 4 individuals, we'll be fully staffed.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
You had 20% dispatcher turnover a few years ago. What do you reckon you're at now, per year?
The turnover is less now. We the people we've had leave this year. One had a baby and she wanted to stay home. One got promoted into another administrative
So you
level.
think it's less than
It's less, yes.
How many vehicles do you guys got that are being driven home?
We currently have in the fleet, I believe, 7 vehicles, and all of those, except for one, are driven home.
There'll probably be changes in that going forward. Not that they're driving home, but how we account for that.
When we talked, thanks for taking the time to meet with me for coffee. We talked about the cell phones.
Yes, sir.
Can you address, I think the right way to frame this was if I held your feet to the fire and said, save us another $1 million, where would you go? And we had an active conversation about cell phones. Would you enlighten the council about that as well so it can be considered?
One of the things that's been done for the past several years is the cell phones and specifically the data plans for the public safety agencies in the county. So if there's a laptop that has an air card in it that connects back to our CAD and it has the CAD software on it, or there's a phone that is in need to be used for communication. So there's all of these phone plans out there that each of the different public safety entities have, both police and fire. The data plan for each of those devices is something that, prior to me coming here, is something that was paid for out of the lit funds. One of the things that I noticed when we first got here was that these bills were very erratic. They were very hard to track down, and the bills actually came straight to us. So some of the agencies, I think Fisher's, for example, they receive all their bills, they bill us quarterly. But we don't have the ability to go in and look at these now, because it's lit fund, right? There has to be some restriction on what we can use it for. So we can't pay for a cell phone for an admin person that sits in an office and does paperwork all day. But the frontline people, we've been able to do that. So one of the things that we tried to do was get some numbers on how much those phone bills were costing, right? So that's the data plans for all these. And the data plan in 2023, we paid $759,000 for those other public safety entities. In 2024, we paid $930,000 for those devices. And in 2025, so far this year, we've paid $501,000. So those are the phones, those are the data plans for the air card on the laptop or the cradle point that's mounted in the trunk of a vehicle. Now, not every agency submits their phone bills to us. Like I said, this is not all of them, but this is the ones that have submitted to us. And like I said, this has been going on prior to me being here. And this is one part of that conversation about, well, if we had to start looking at places that, for all intents and purposes, don't necessarily need to be used out of lit funding, this is one of those ones that came up. And part of it has to do with how these bills are managed. We have to go through a lengthy process to say, if you're an agency and you want to add a new phone, we kind of have to vet the phone. Is this the right device, or somebody wants to replace devices? We manage this and say, well, listen, we have so many count. And so this is a very large workload for us. And so like I said, if that becomes a point where we need to look at things, this is one of the first places I'm going to look at. Now, I will tell you that we've started conversations with all these agencies where we're going to actually transfer the bills back to them, and we're going to basically pay the bills for them, but they're going to get the bills and they're going to be responsible for them. Or we're going to come to an agreement on a certain count of devices. So we're trying to clean up our end and take some workload off of us and put some of that workload back to the agencies. But at the same time, it's still going to have to be managed. And it's still taking money to do that.
I have in my notes, international calls were happening, additional lines were being added with no oversight.
Yeah. What was happening is we started actually looking through these bills, and we would find that, again, no negative reason, but somebody would not even think about it, and they would go on vacation, they would go on a cruise, and they would use that device on a cruise. Well, they come back, and now we have $300 international charges. So one of the things that we kicked out very quickly is we started telling the agencies, listen, we're not paying international fees. So, hey, agency, you either have to figure out, are you going to pay the bill yourself, or are you going to go to that person and say they've got to reimburse the bill?
Is that them making calls or receiving calls?
You know, one of the things that we've run into is that it seems like, almost like even if you just take a device on a ship and you turn it on, it automatically kicks in. Now, whether you're doing data or voice, we haven't got that deep in the device, but we specifically said we don't think this is a lit funded thing. And we also pushed it back to say, listen, if the chief needs to take a work cell phone because he may need to be contacted, that, to me, that sounds like that's a agency concern, and the agency should cover that bill. So we started flagging those things and kicking them out.
So if council decides not to fund this anymore, how much in savings are you expecting it to deliver to the county?
This is, like I said, as of today, it's $501,000 out of today's budget so far.
So my question is, when did this start, like this portion of funding this? I mean, this was something when they created the lit, right? These were things that were discussed. It's not just to be for the county's price. So somebody that remembers some of this, lit was supposed to be spread out through all of public safety through the county, not for us to just keep hoarding and use, correct? So this would be things that the cities are all expecting to probably have in their budget to use. So if we were to cut that, then we're also affecting their budgets, and they're expecting to be able to not have that in their budget because this was what public safety, I mean, as far as I know, this was what it was supposed to be used for. So if we start, taking too much of that pie, I think that's an issue.
Yeah, the challenge is there's no oversight, there's no accountability. If I
Sounds like
can
there's
add
not.
4 or 5 lines without any.
But you're not saying oversight, you're saying cut. I'm great with oversight. I think there should be. I don't think there should be international calls unless these are deemed, and if that's the case, then they can come up with a plan to do that. But I don't think we should just go and say, well, we've used lit for everything here, so we're gonna start cutting.
No, I have to say we have to consider it. We're $13 million upside down. So yeah, if we can save $1 million, I'm all for saving $1 million. If that's what we have to do, it's what we have to do. It isn't managed today.
Yeah, is that money coming out of general fund?
No.
So where are we saving it?
Yeah,
Still taxpayer money.
It's taxpayer money, but that's not the 13 million we're saving.
We're looking at the general fund.
Yes.
We're saving money for the general fund. We can't take that money and put it into general fund.
I understand it's still taxpayer money. It's still $1 million that's being spent that really doesn't have any oversight.
They got 7 vehicles
But
they're
you're gonna
taking
take it
home.
for no oversight.
Okay.
You're going wrong here.
So at some point, you're gonna have to justify taking 7 vehicles.
No, I'm not going wrong here. They're adding lines without any oversight. They're making international calls. There is no oversight. I'm not going wrong
Are
here.
you oversighting now?
Yes.
There is oversight now.
When they add new lines, did you approve the new lines they added?
That's part of the process, and that's
No.
where I was going to cut in.
So no.
Okay.
There has been.
Okay.
So what we're doing now is, as departments would increase, public safety across the county has increased, and departments have increased their size. We were never a part of those discussions going through.
So no,
We would
there's
just
no
get it
oversight.
turned back in, and it would be, this fire department increased 4 personnel. They changed the roles of this position, so now everyone in that 4 positions now also has a laptop that connects back. So that would be those 4 positions plus those 4 laptops. We were never included in those discussions earlier as far as, hey, these are increases in your cell coverage, we're just going to bill you for those. So now we've asked for that information ahead of time so that we can say, yes, we believe that's a reasonable charge that fits in there, as opposed to just blanket, give us a bill, we pay it. So now Brian's office is doing that oversight and making sure that each one of those, that those international calls are caught, that they're not giving a single firefighter, police officer, or whatever public safety person 3 phones and a tablet that we're being billed for that's excessive. Those kind of things we are trying to catch. Along with, the position efficiencies, like when we first came together, communications had a executive director of communications and an operations director. Emergency management had an executive director and a director and a planner that was a former director that was still paid at that planner's rate. With this new organization, all those efficiencies have been pulled together, and we're analyzing that. So now there's a director of emergency management, a director of communications, an executive director of emergency operations, all one position of each. And that planning position that was previously, the director was at $129,000 and the new hires at $75,000. Doing the same exact position at the savings of $35,000, which that was the offset for that position request. Prior to hearing all the sit at one, bill one impact on budgets and things, that request, that when I first started, we asked for that additional logistics person to be considered when that position came through. Now, obviously, that dynamic has changed with some of the financial information we receive today. So those are overall the efficiencies that we're trying to do. And like the vehicles for emergency management being taken home on public safety, they're used all the time. Every storm op, every snow emergency, Live Golf Championship, those are they're things that go through.
Somebody's making that decision.
Yes.
You're in charge of EMA and communications.
Yes, sir.
I cannot see 7 taking home vehicles for that job. But we'll get to it when we get to it.
I also
yeah, we
think
can
that,
discuss
in fairness, right, I think what was just stated is that there is oversight. Again, there was some transition here.
Yeah, these guys are pretty
And so I
new.
think
Yeah.
what, attesting to with the phones and having that discussion, I think they're saying, hey, it may not have been a practice prior to, but it is now. And so I think that's just
beginning
something to
of
take
this.
into consideration, so we appreciate
With
what
the
you're
take-home
doing.
vehicles for them, it's just somebody that lives in their world a bit.
And has to take home vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, now I have a take-home vehicle
Yeah.
because I'm the public information officer.
Yeah.
My job when I go out is, when there's an emergency, what we could do, and we did this when I first started, I had a Buick and I would drive that to the scene. I was driving down 96th Street for a 27 car PI, and roads are shut and people are yelling at me and honking. Now, we could have, again, same with, and they're going through this in our city and places with take-home vehicles. When we had a tornado roll through Hamilton County, they could park their cars, they could drive from wherever they drive, pick up the other car, then drive there. In emergency settings, why we don't do that, why I drive to take home cars, because instead of me going to a place where we keep the cars, getting the car and then going, we cut that 10, 15, 20, 30-minute mark out, and we head straight to the scene so we can start working. So that's why I would say that's why they have
7 take-home vehicles.
what? How many people show up at a?
From EMA?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll have to disagree on that.
I mean, how many? I'll use the high school
Well, that-
explosion. I mean,
you
was
know,
anybody working? How many people showed up for that?
And that's the thing, and it's governed in how many, what the
It's an
scale and
insurance
scope of the
policy.
event is
I
on
mean,
how
that's-
many go.
Yes, I can't say that they use it every day, but.
And that's a discussion that we and Mike Hubbs and Kelly will have ongoing. I know, just speaking for myself, it's not so much the issue of the take-home vehicle, and especially not in emergency operations, but with other departments in the county, what that is it used just for the work, or do they take their family down
It's
the
following
holiday
the
world
policy.
for the
It's following
weeds
the
and
policy that we
deposits?
have in place, and we don't have necessarily
Is there
personal
any
mileage tracking.
Yeah.
And that's the reality.
How much of your 24 and 25 budgets came out of the general fund? You said they made the announcement that we're now fully funded. And so that leaves the question of how much of our 24 and 25 budgets came out of general fund.
So in 2024 and 2025, no money came out of the general fund for PSC. In previous years, emergency management had some money that had come out of. So the entire payroll for emergency management came out of general fund in 2024 and 2025. I don't have the dollar for 2024, but then the operational costs. There was, I think it's somewhere around $60,000 to $70,000 for operational costs, which is what was roughly the same request last year as it was this year. For EMA, came out of general fund last year. And
So
then,
there was money out of general fund in 24, there was money out of general fund in 25.
Yes.
We're planning for it not to come out in 26.
correct.
So if you look on Reuters, I think it's on page 53, where it's the general fund expenditure detail. They have it broken down by department. They have EMA in 2025 at $851,000, and in 2024, $1.1 million, and 0 in 2026.
So my point was, had we had an accountability and policy in place, that money would not have had to come out of the general fund.
No, I don't think that's the case. I don't think it was I don't think the legislature enabled us to pay for that out of the 911 money.
Okay.
You know, in the beginning.
I think we're focusing on 2026.
Right.
That's what
Yeah.
we're for, so I'm glad the process and procedures are in place so we can avoid those types of conflicts in the future. It sounds like we're working in that right direction.
Yes.
And appreciate everything
Appreciate
you've
it.
done.
Yeah, I think you're heading in the right, you're looking,
Yeah.
you've joined them together, now you're going back and refining it, and
Agreed.
that's a good thing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Duff, so thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And at that, it's a little over 12:15. Should we break to what, 1:30?
For lunch until
For lunch
1:30, since
till
that's when we're
1:30?
showing next.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the next up on deck at 1:30 will be
No,
extension
we're really
service.
behind, very behind.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, well, Amy, almost ready.
Look at
Somebody
that.
else
Swallow.
has pens there.
Come on.
Call the afternoon portion of the budget hearings to order. The next department on the schedule is the Extension Service, Susan Peterson, and as she's making her way up, she's already up, we're going to deviate from the agenda due to a scheduling issue, and after Susan will be the Tourism Commission with Karen Radcliffe.
Okay, well, good afternoon. First, just want to say thank you to all of you for all that you do in supporting of Extension and all that's happening at the fairgrounds. We appreciate that very much. I attached a cover letter with the packet that was sent in that was, I think there were just two items, well, there are just two items that were listed there. Not asking for any new personnel. And the two items that we have there is about $6,000 increase. The majority of that is under the 3001, the professional services. 2,900 of that is for a 2.8% increase in contractual services that we have for the staff, 3 educators in our office, and the other 3,000 is for the security. And so I do want to explain that that is security for rental events that are happening on the fairgrounds. We do have people, if you rent, you pay a security fee, but that is just deposited into the county general. So that line item there, we're anticipating increased revenue to happen. So it's kind of offset, but that money goes into county general. We reimburse it through CAEMS. So that $3,000 is really a wash with that.
Anyone have any other questions or comments?
How's your fundraising going?
It's good.
Good.
Great group of people, and they're continuing. So you'll hear from us soon, hopefully, with some invitations. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next is Karen Radcliffe with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, which is number 24 for us up here.
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much for the agenda adjustment. I really appreciate it. And then thank you also for your guidance over this past year. I've really come to rely on you guys for some guidance, and I really thank you for your support too. I do have, the second thing I wanted to tell you is that it was requested of me to have a chart for the best grant funds and where the status is of that. So this is something that I didn't have in May, but I have now, if that's something that you'd like right now, or I can email it to you.
Either one's
Please.
fine.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's just the status of, so if you remember, we have 2 funds, and we're requesting appropriations for both funds, and that's just the status of the grants that have been approved last year, as well as I'll come to you next month to talk about the projects and request the approval of the projects that we've received for this year. So I'm here today to ask for 11.5 appropriations for the Convention and Tourism Promotion Fund, and an appropriation of 5.55 for the Tourism Capital Improvement Fund. Do you have any questions about that? I do want to tell you how proud I am of our staff, because we've had a really incredible event schedule this year. Last year we had, a number of compression events from the Indianapolis area. So Taylor Swift, the Ecumenical Council, the NCAA events. But this year we've been able to make up for that with a lot of international events, which I think I'm super proud of. World Fitness Group was an international event. That happened this spring. The Live Golf Tournament, also international event, just happened in August. And then we've got another international event too. We'll be welcoming the World Aquatics Championship in Carmel this October. So trying to put Hamilton County on the map for international visitation and business.
I know with everything that happened pre-COVID, you were on a trajectory, and then now everything kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
Are we back? Are we caught up to what that would have been?
For almost all segments except for business travel. So we were projected to be caught up and recovered for business travel this year with everything that's happening at the federal level and the tariffs. That has changed now, and so we're looking to be caught up. Our economists are telling that we'll probably be caught up maybe in 27
But we're still
for business travel.
But we're still exceeding what our expectations were for the year.
Yes, as a matter of fact, we just got a projection last week that will, what they're saying is that we could probably see a 3% increase in revenue next year.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sue.
Thanks, Karen.
Next is our Planning Department and the Redevelopment Commission. CJ Taylor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So for the Planning Commission, we're not hiring any new people, not requesting any. And I have some very small additions in some of the line items, basically rounding them up, $700 increase in one and a $1,000 increase in another just because of inflation. And then I'm asking also for an extra bump for the two people that work for me. I know the banding level that you were talking about, I'm asking for one extra beyond that. And that's in my report to you here. So happy to answer any, along with that, I know that we had talked about, we have lost Adams Township, but that loss is only equated to 12 permits and about $5,000 of income as compared to this time last year. So it's not been really catastrophic. We do have two take-home vehicles, myself and Byron, and we do a vehicle log that we turn quarterly, and that is charged to us as income. Those vehicles are.
Okay.
We turn those into payroll.
Thank you.
CJ,
Yes.
is that battery thing landing on the Plan Commission's docket?
No, it's dead.
What's on the docket?
It is a rezone for a piece of property. A gentleman has bought a piece of property that's currently zoned commercial, and he wants to rezone it back to ag.
Don't want to pay the taxes?
Well, he wants to end up building two houses on it instead of just one.
But, no, so the battery thing didn't come back as a rezone?
No, it's dead, and they did not appeal the BZA's decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then I'm also doing the utility district. According to this, do you have the,
Do we have any paying customers?
not yet?
When will we have paying customers?
Probably the end of October.
Okay,
We'll have the armory on. McClure said that they will likely be on before the end of the year. And then we've got a couple other things possibly in the pipeline, that large water park.
now, that water tower, do you own that?
Yes, both of those towers are utility districts.
Did we get some rent for the signs that are on the side?
My understanding was that Beck's Hybrids donated lots and lots of ground and right-of-way
Okay,
and easement.
that was in kind,
Yes.
okay.
Several times over, actually. The amount of land and everything that was donated to us is much lower than.
I'm not unhappy
Yeah.
about it,
Yeah.
I just been driving up there and, oh, that's a big sign.
I think it's $1 million+ donation, or something like that, so.
But they didn't hook up their plant.
No, it's too far, it's not close enough, I don't think, at this point.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the anticipated revenue for '26?
Anticipated revenue? Could not tell you, honestly. We will likely have 2 customers.
I think Councilman Holt too, I think the problem is that with some of the shifting zoning jurisdictions and how long some of the zoning or some of the developments have taken to go through Cicero Jackson Township or on Adams Township, whatever they do over there, it is hard to anticipate and give a reasonable number or an expectation of a date when those developments will come online. Our expectation was that they would have come on sooner than later, but you know, one of the more recent ones for Jackson Cicero Township took, I think, several months longer than normal process would be. And so, you know, we can, at our quarterly meeting when we meet with Cicero, that might be something we can nail down, saying, hey, what's in their pipeline and what do they reasonably expect to happen? And if happen ever, what's the timetable for that? And then we can get a better answer. But that's probably why those quarterly meetings are important, though, for that kind of a.
Agreed. Any revenue just helps offset.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other stuff we have to look at.
There will be some, but like with the Armory, they kind of gave us an estimate of what they expect to use, but they're not even exactly sure how they're going to staff that yet, or how many people. Same thing with the new McClures. They kind of gave us an estimate of what their usage is going to be. But, you know, it's kind of a little bit different business model than what they have in other places, so it's just kind of a guess. So I couldn't sit here and tell you we're going to make $10,000 or anything like that.
It'll be negligible for '26.
Yes, absolutely. And then on the, I'm going to be requesting the same amount for the annual budget that we did last year, but because you see there that I had asked for an increase in billing and IT and outside services. I had asked for a $100,000 increase because we were anticipating some software costs that our partners at Trico that's taking care of the wastewater for us, they're going to handle some of those things for us, so that cost won't be near as much. So I'll have enough money left over in this budget because we weren't in operation that I can pay for those software costs and the startup of those software costs and not be any extra hit for next year's budget. So we can go with the 2.078 again for next year.
Instead of the 2.1 that's in?
Yes, instead of the 2.178.
And remind me, how many connects do we have to have in order to get to a break even against that number?
Well, we need about 1,100 EDUs, but there again, just to clarify, that's not necessarily connections because commercial customers might have 100 EDUs in one customer.
Right, the water park is
Right.
perfect example.
Exactly. And then one other thing to point out was there was some discussion about attorneys earlier. I heard you guys talking about. Our budget, the utility budget has $84,000 set aside for legal services. And I assume that a lot of that can go away if that comes in-house because that's Christian Knock with Bose McKinney and Evans. And in startup, it was very critical to have him on with helping us set things up as an operating utility. But I would think going forward that the people in-house can probably handle most of these things. So I would expect to see that reduced, that need.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Next is the prosecutor's office. Let's see, Mr. Josh Coker here for filling in for Mr. Garrison.
First of all, thank you all for all of your support in the last couple of years as the changes we've made, and Mr. Garrison sends his best wishes. He is currently recuperating from minor surgery, so he was unable to make it. We don't have no personnel requests, no additional personnel requests that we have on the budget. Our office currently has one vehicle. We're hopefully going to have a second vehicle. It's for our office investigator. We have through the personnel process, we've asked for and been granted potentially a second investigator contingent upon grant money, which we should find out in the next week or so if that grant's going to come through or not. That second person would also have a vehicle. We very bravely put our vehicles on the sheriff's department. They're not under us or under our budget, and they kind of operate under that same setup, though our current investigator says he basically maybe once a year drives the vehicle somewhere that's not between home and here and/or for work. So that's not really an issue for us at this point in time. Our only asks, well, when the new courts come on next year, that's when we're going to have a real ask for additional personnel for the new courts. We'll know more what the new courts are going to be. I mean, if they end up being civil, which I doubt, but if they end up being civil, then we won't need anything additional. But to the extent that they're courts with criminal jurisdiction, my ask is going to be 2.5 prosecutors and 1.5 support staff per court. But that's next year's thing. The only asks we have for this year, I think it totals about $20,000. Normally, we get $10,000 a year scholarship from IPAC, the Indiana Prosecuting Attorney Council. That's for continuing legal education seminars that can pay for our people to go to those, both the registration and transportation and lodging if they're somewhere else. And that money, we're no longer getting that scholarship. They cut that off halfway through the year this year, and I don't anticipate it being back next year. So we asked for $5,000 more on our travel budget and $5,000 more in our personal services budget to cover. Those are the two different funds that money, where we would draw that from otherwise. And we're asking for another $4,000 for our operating supplies budget. And that's for additional supplies, but also that's where our attorney's fees, we pay, it's like $180 a year per attorney, but we've added, you've been so kind as to add attorneys to our budget, but we haven't added to that. So for us to maintain everyone's law licenses, that's part of that also. And then the extra bump for the office manager, and then I believe there was a request for myself for an extra $5,000, which is, as I am currently statutorily set, and it's at the point where some of the supervisors that are below me are making as much or more than me. So that's it.
Yeah, but you get the title.
Yeah, if there's something you're going to say no to the $5,000. For me, I didn't feel very comfortable asking for it in the first place.
Any questions, comments? I do have a question, and you might not recollect this, and I remember that your office manager, that position has come before us several times for increases.
Yeah.
Do you recall, have we approved each one of those increases?
You said no once, and then you said yes the most recent time before, so it has happened.
Okay, thank you.
And one other, I'm not sure, because I know that it moved, but one thing I just feel like I ought to say, relative to the court's request for, if they actually are requesting more money for the public defenders, because I think they said they reduced it. That is something, while they're on the other side and they're my primary opponents, if you will, I think that is very important, that is well funded. I have noticed the change. It used to be, 10 years ago, it was very hard to get a contract as a PD. Private attorneys would come and ask me, like, how do I get a public defender contract? In Hamilton County, it was a very desired thing. And in the last several years, I've watched as it went from hard to get one to the judges advertising them. And I've watched as some of our more talented public defenders have left or reduced their contracts here to go to Madison County or Delaware County, where they get paid more and or they get benefits. And the system works better if there's good representation on both sides. And the whole process, and I think the process works better and smoother if they know what they're doing and if they have time to dedicate to the job. So I just want to plug that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Have a nice day.
Next is the recorder, Mrs. Beaver.
Good afternoon. I come with good news. Not only do I fully fund my office, but I converted to a new software system this year and added an additional line item. My new company that I went with now also shares in the enhanced access fee that they collect for individuals to access my documents outside of the county. So I have created a new fund, and I've started collecting additional funding in that line item. So pretty much everything is, my contract is less expensive with this new company as well, so my expenses for my software vendor is less, and I will be gaining more income with the new fund.
Any questions or comments?
Madam Auditor, Recorder.
Yes.
How much money you got in your perpetuation fund?
Well, how did I know that you were going to ask me that today? I pulled the report before I came. Do you want to just know in the perpetuation fund?
The big number.
A little over $7 million.
Okay.
And I also have money in elected official training fund, and with the assistance of the auditor's office, we have been doing our due diligence to try to encourage the offices that are allowed to use that money, to utilize that money when they do training. I think Todd and I have had conversations regarding what they can use that for, because it seems like certain training qualifies in some, so like attending AIC events or any AIC class is definitely covered. I use it, we're allowed to utilize it for other additional training for the Recorders Association. I think it's just a matter of getting it approved through the State Board of Accounts. But yeah, multiple, I mean, you guys can utilize it. Treasurer, assessor, or no, assessor can't. Treasurer, surveyor, who else? Auditor, myself. So there are plenty of funds in there that could be utilized for training if need be for those particular offices.
I'm sure that $7 million is invested wisely by our treasurer.
Yep, I'm sure. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sheriff.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
The budget I have in front of you represents for our 2, 3, 400,000 series, or 400 series, is roughly a 2.2% increase. The majority of that increase comes from our inmate medical services. We are asking for an additional 5 positions. Thanks to your generosity, we haven't been able to add to our corrections staff in some time, but you guys gave us some significant pay raises last year, and so finally we're at full staffing and are actually able to fill the roles in the jail, and we are looking to fill some positions to help with some of the growth that's happened in the county. So 4 corrections officer positions is what we're asking for, as well as a criminal analyst. The corrections officer positions will be for 2 for civil service, for serving papers for the courts. Adding the additional courts is causing an additional load there. We're adding additional staff here in the courthouse, which since we've submitted this budget, we've had conversations with the judges, and we've actually already filled that position from the jail. And then the last position is a transport position. And the majority of the necessity for that is because of medical services. Again, the number of transports that we're making to hospitals with inmates is just pretty significant. Oftentimes it involves two corrections officers that has to go with that inmate. Those are our asks. They're listed in order of priority, and happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any?
I
If you
do.
had to prioritize
Yep.
the positions, which
They are listed in order of priority here on the sheet that we've given you. If you guys do approve those, I would love to come back to you in October and fill those positions now. I have the funding in our budget from vacant positions to be able to do that, and it would help us get a jump start with the hiring process that we have going now. So it wouldn't be any additional money for 2025, but if we could fill those, if they are going to be approved in '26, we'd love to go ahead and do that. So just
So
have that
the
ask.
order in which you have them, obviously
Yep.
1 to 5.
Yep.
The 2 that are listed, are the two at the top, if you will. If you only got two, those are the two.
Correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sheriff, you use the enterprise system for your car replacement, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep. It's been helpful to us for them doing some of the management and that type of thing. It's just, they've been able to find vehicles when we weren't able to find them ourselves.
Okay.
There have been hiccups with it, but overall, it's been a good thing for us.
Good.
Are you gonna get the Bearcat delivered this year?
No, it is not going to be delivered this year. It is first quarter of next year, and so that will need to be encumbered under the commissioner's budget.
Okay. And I had a question about overtime.
Yep.
One of your notes, you somewhere around 1.1 in overtime?
Yeah, that's,
Help me understand, do we need more headcount in order to minimize the overtime?
yeah, these are like the unexpected things often. Generally, our overtime budget, we just, is about a 5% of our personnel salary, which is kind of an industry standard, and that's the number that we typically use is we do 5% of our budget for personnel in overtime. So that's what that number represents.
Okay. Do you know where you're at on overtime spend so far? I haven't looked it up. So.
Yeah, we're on track. We're within budget this year.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much, Sheriff. Next is Mr. Bradway with Soil and Water.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you all for allowing the SWCD to request a budget. It's very important to us. I have followed all the instructions and I don't have any personnel requests. We don't have any take-home vehicles. The only thing that I am asking above what the guidance was provided to me is I have one employee who has outstanding work ethic and program development, and the SWCD board and I feel that this warrants that employee to get an extra level of salary increase.
Anyone have any
Thank you.
questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Surveyor.
Good afternoon. Wanted to first thank everybody for your support of me during my first term. I can't believe it's already been 8 months. But yes, thank you all. So followed all the instructions in the budget. The budget as presented was $3,725,316. But if you really look at it, it's an increase of $385,309 from 2025 as amended. A certain amount of that actually comes from the section corner fund, which is a fund separate from the general fund, which leaves $342,038 from the general fund. And as I'll explain later, $225,000 of that is to fund what we call the water availability study, and that is a new ask for 2026. But if you take that out of it, then it really boils down to we're asking for an increase of $33,829 once you take that out and take out the salary increases. And that is generally just for overtime. We have increased workload to keep up with the demand. Some of the staff is working more overtime, so we did ask for some more money to be allocated for overtime. But the rest of it really is just equipment cost increases, maintenance costs, upkeep of our equipment. One thing I will note before I come back to the water availability study is one of my line items, $4,500 for machinery and equipment, I believe is $62,000. And that includes, $62,826. That includes the purchase of an ATV and a trailer for that we have decided we do not need. So I would request that just to cover hand tools. Also, it included the cost of a data collector and a bipod rod that it's old, but we think we can make that continue to work for at least another year. So
we could probably reduce that down from $62,826 to about $7,500.
Can you confirm those exact dollars with auditor's office so they can keep the?
Yes.
Just thank you.
Yes, yes. But I did want to look at that, though, that I feel that that line item can be reduced, so. But if I could go back then to the water availability study, and again, that's a new ask for this year. The water availability study was a 3-year project that started in 2019 that we actually used the American Recovery, the ARPA money for, but the funding for that was exhausted in 2024. And in the first phase of that, we established a network of monitoring stations throughout the county to monitor our groundwater levels, so we can look at what available groundwater we have and how it's being used to better manage that resource. There was a Central Indiana water study that found that our supplies are dwindling and need to be better managed. In response to that, the Board of Commissioners funded the 3-year study with the ARPA money, and we want to continue doing that. Now that we have about 2 years' worth of data, long-term weather, it takes a long time to really look at trends and to have really firm data. So we want to continue that monitoring and collecting data and maintain that network of monitoring stations. Right now, there are 45 volunteer homeowner wells throughout the county and 14 owned by utilities. And so the contract for that is just to upkeep those monitoring systems, replace the batteries, calibrate them as needed. But then we also have a depository for the data is available to the public. So there's a subscription service for that. We have to maintain a website. And there's also a subscription service for the wireless monitoring network system as well. Each monitor has to dial back and download the data. So the state of Indiana, through the Indiana Finance Authority, has agreed to fund half of the cost for that. And this is a contract with Interra, who's been involved all 3 years in the first phase of the project. And the county would contract with them to provide additional services, again, to make sure the batteries are upkept and things are calibrated and the system is well maintained. The state has already committed their 50%. They're actually under contract with Interra directly. So this is a request to fund half of that contract for 2026.
And it was 45 owned by homeowner property and the upcoming, the other one?
It was 45 volunteer homeowner wells and 14 utility-owned wells. So Carmel, anybody that has water utility wells in the county helped us out by allowing us to put a monitoring station on there.
I got one.
I have one too. Go ahead.
No, I got one. I got one of the monitors.
I have a question.
I got one question too, but go ahead.
My question is related to professional services. So it indicates that you have legal support, right, allocated for 2025 as well as for 2026. Is it not factual, though, that David Boyer, our in-house counsel, has been doing a lot of his work? What's Mr. Howard doing versus what in-house counsel is supporting?
So I know that he was a longtime drainage board attorney, and I believe we still just pay for his services. I know he's still involved part-time as a drainage board attorney, and I know that he does continue to work for the legal office. So I think just because we've paid it in the past, that's where it's going to continue to come from.
So that was going to be my question. I was looking at that too. I was going to say, so is that something with the addition, if we added this other legal position, they're saying they can do more, so that would be something that we could possibly look at taking out because our legal department can do that?
Possibly, yes. Yes. If the funding's going to come from another source, then, yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to come from my budget. Yep.
Perfect, okay.
Like I said, I think traditionally, when he was the drainage board attorney, because the surveyor's office generally pays the per diem for the commissioners and the members of the drainage board, it just made sense to process that through our office.
I have another a couple of questions in relation to the water study. You said the state is paying half, so they're paying $225,000
Yes.
for it? And for that time period, is that for a one-year expense, or is it?
Yes, it would be for 1 year.
1 year.
Yes, 1 year.
And the other entities that are participating in this water study, if we decide we're pulling out, we're not paying for it, which I don't support, but if we decided to do that, what other entities are relying on that data for their operations and growth and planning?
Right. Right now, none that I know of. None of the other communities, so Carmel, Westfield, Noblesville, ones with water utilities. They're certainly interested in the data, but I don't know that they're relying on it. The only entity that really does rely on it and has relied on it is the state. My understanding is they actually just relied on the data for, I'm going to forget now, is it Senate Bill 28? That provided protection to farmers throughout the state for water withdrawals. I know they relied on the data from our specific study.
They also want to know how much they can siphon up to Lebanon, that they don't have to the Wabash Valley.
Well, to that point, that's another reason I feel that it's important for us to understand where our water is and how it's being used, because we'll be able to, with the model that's been established as part of the first phase of the study, the software model, we can actually evaluate those withdrawals and the effect it'll have on our supply.
That's an excellent point, yes. And with the connection to the ARPA, since this water study was shown, Mr. Auditor, since you have significant background in this, since this water study, the original one was started with ARPA, if there are any leftover funds, if there are, and you might know or not, there's nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. I was hoping there's some that could be put towards this and fulfill our requirements with the feds. Okay, that's it. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next is Treasurer Susan Byer, who makes us lots of money.
I try. I really do. And I mean, I think it helps that I drive my own vehicle to and from work and pay for my own cell phone. So we have no costs there. I was really hoping for more laughing there. I thought really you guys are kind of a disappointment, but that's fine.
I like it.
So for my budget, the only increase was with personnel. I have 2 outstanding employees that I've asked to be raised, 1 extra band. But otherwise, I think my only increase is the $10,378.01 for personnel. And I also I wasn't sure if you guys were aware, we just got August's bank statements, obviously, but as of July, we've made almost 12.5 million in interest income. So that's only through July, so I'm really hoping that we're still charting to get to that at least 20 million this year.
Now, you know that's all my money.
I know that it is all your money. Stop spending it. Stop spending it.
I keep trying to convince her that. She tells you how much money she made. No,
Yeah.
you're
It's all your money. Quit spending it. I can't make interest income on it if you spend it.
She yells at us when we come. She does.
Every time I bring something up. Yeah.
Do you have a magic ball on what the interest is going to be in our 26 budget?
Not yet, but I can tell you that none of my accounts have gone down, as of now. I mean, I think a few of them may have gone from like a 4.10, to a 4.09, but some of my big hitters are still at 4.63. So I really haven't seen a drop yet.
Okay.
And I've got 10 million in a CD also that goes into 2026 to kind of hold that 10 million at that higher amount too.
Thank you.
Just one thing to note, separate, I just was looking at her calculation prior to us being set for lunch. When we had our work session over budget instructions, we did indicate a 4% increase for elected office holders, and it is reflected in the
Oh,
budget.
thank you.
So,
Okay.
so just to clarify on that,
We don't have to
that was the number, and it is reflected in the budget.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, thank you.
Quit looking at me.
And we're only about 500,000 off where we were charted last year at this time too, in interest income, so little.
We need it all, Susan.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need it
I'll
all.
work on it, quit spending it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now probation. Donna.
Good afternoon. I'm boring, I followed the rules. I don't drive, I don't have a county car, none of us
Donna,
do.
did you follow budget instructions?
Yes.
I did. I did. I have one vacant position that I'd like to move from a line officer to a supervisor. But other than that, county general, you have salaries, that's all. But with probation users fees, has all the operating expenses, excuse me. And we left those the same. We did ask to put a line item in the juvenile probation line item to pay for psychological evals for children that are in detention.
I have nothing.
Does anybody have any questions?
Just a comment, I got to see your people in action in drug court. I was just blown away by what they did. It was just amazing.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate
Major
it.
props to all of them involved and what they did and the impact on so many families and businesses and lives. It was an incredible opportunity to come and see the faces behind the budgets. So I appreciate you following the rules, but I would encourage council to go to attend to one of these things and get to see the impact of the budget approval that we have on these people's lives. But thank you.
Thank
Pass that
you.
along
I
to your team.
appreciate your comments. And just a shout out to the auditor's office for helping us answer all these questions for budget. Appreciate you guys. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Highway, Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So our budget's proposal this year is not a whole lot different than previous years in terms of the gross requests. I heard a lot about the need to cut back, so we could talk about that a little bit, but other than that, I don't have any new positions I'm requesting. Talk about vehicles, we have about 10 people that have the take-home privilege. They are not for personal use, they're only for commuting and business use. And we do
have
capture
10
that,
10 people who drive county cars home.
correct.
And is there a tracking, I understand that you say it's not used, is there tracking in the event that there was personal use? I mean,
Yes, they're supposed to be, yes.
If I read the policy correct, commuting is not a business expense. It was not supposed to be used for commuting.
it's not,
And so that would be a personal expense.
right?
Yes, and that's captured and we pay tax on that as a value.
So do you collect that information and then provide it to
Yes.
payroll?
Yeah, they ask for it every so often.
Okay, thank you.
Well, since we do have more presentation.
Well, we had a phone call on Friday, which was indicated to me that the major problem area was in Fund 1138. So we looked back at Fund 1138, and I have some proposals where I think we can save some money. I can go through those now with you briefly. I can give you a handout here that's not real pretty because it was done right at the last minute. But what I did was I looked at 2025, and I looked at some items that we do not necessarily need to pursue in 2025. And those are about $1 million, plus we have some reimbursements that we've received from federal funding that came into the county but has not yet been put into 1138. And so that's almost $250,000, so there's about $1,250,000 there. One project that we funded that is currently under construction is in Carmel, 126th Street, Cool Creek. And that's really a partnership with the city of Carmel. We upfronted that money, but they are going to reimburse us for their costs in that, which we will bill them toward the end of the year. And so that money will be flowing back in, should be in 26. That's a little over $950,000 that should be sending back to us. So that was a little over 2.2 million right there. That I think we can safely count on. And then I looked at what we budgeted in 26, and I identified about 4 items here, about $880,000 that we can potentially not pursue in 2026 or cut back in a couple line items. We've been in the process of trying to move more toward a bridge preservation program, and we have some timber bridge issues a little bit too, so we had budgeted some money in 26 to try to do some of those repairs and to try to get some of the engineering done on some of those timber bridges. But we can cut back on that a little bit. And then we have in there's about 7 timber bridges that we wanted to start some engineering on so that we can kind of slowly work those into replacements in future budget years. And we can cut back on one of those. So that's $880,000. So if you look at 25 and 26, it's about $3 million.
So when you say projects not pursuing, like in 2025, are you pursuing this in 2026?
No, not those, because we were able to pre-fund those from year-end money last year.
Okay, so this is money we're not going to spend, we're not planning to spend.
Not planning to spend.
So on the bridges, to that conversation, currently that's 6.9 million in your budget, if I'm not mistaken. You have 1138, 201. Series 4, 1,000.
It's a little more than that.
I've got the fund total of 9.8, but just
Yes.
the bridges was 6.9 of that, if I'm not mistaken, is that right?
All right, I'd have to look at that for sure, but they're all bridges, they're small structures.
Okay.
So the total is all bridges.
So of those, how many of those, I mean, is this is engineering and construction, or is this is the construction part? Isn't it?
No, it's, we fund some for engineering, we fund some for right-of-way, and fund some for construction. So we want to keep that rolling year to year. So we have some in design, some we're buying right-of-way, and some we're going to construction in. So that 9.8 million is mixed between engineering fees, right-of-way fees, or construction costs.
So your plan is to, for your savings perspective, is not pursuing 880,000 of that 9.8?
Correct, in 26. And part of that is we had $2 million for bridge preservation work that we were going to do, and we're proposing to just cut that back to 1.5. And we had 200,000 in there for some engineering work toward bridge preservation, and that was 200,000. We're proposing to cut that back to 100,000. And then we had one bridge, 308, that we decided we could not pursue in 26. We can put that off, and that was 280,000. It was Bridge 308. That's the 880,000.
Are all those bridges that you will put off, they will be on deck next year? Because for how long can you put off replacing or rehabbing some of these bridges? No.
Well, over the next several years. I mean, we're working a lot of these timber bridges into our 5-year program. So, I mean, nothing is going to fall down tomorrow. So,
Okay.
you know, it's just things we need to address, particularly after we did the inspection of all our timber bridges, and we found some fairly significant delay in about 11 of them, and about another 30 that have some decay.